this country illegally.
Yeah, what
they
should,
think about that. I think the majority of the people around
yeah.
say.
There are people that are watching this that feel, okay, if you're here illegally, you know, the ICE has a legal right to deport you, and they're just doing their jobs, and it's wrong to try to stop them from doing their jobs. What do these folks say?
Well, I'm not trying to talk to some people, but I will give you the sense. It's a very complicated question. There is a difference. There are the people who are going to tell you everybody should open borders. That's one end of the spectrum.
But
I think what has drawn so many people here right now, that man over there?
Yeah, he's a big social media star.
Ah, that's.
Oh, there he is.
Hassan Piker.
Oh, so you're looking at Hassan. Thank you very much. Hassan Piper is a big social media star, and that's people are going up to him. But I'm not sure if it is. But it looks like
look at there he is.
But you know, we get a lot of people from social media coming and going, taking pictures. Back to your question. I think that the anger in the majority of people is.
There he is.
If suddenly tomorrow they said, okay, we're going to close borders and we're not going to let in people.
Hey, at least they didn't call him a gamer, right?
Going after people who've been here for 30 years and have been allowed to stay and create lives who are our neighbors. A lot of people have a problem with that. I don't know. Let me ask around. Can I talk to you? Are you here? Where are you from?
I'm from New Jersey, but I've been living here for about 1.5 years.
Okay, so this gentleman is talking to us. You're looking at the picture, but I see you here. My anchors were asking for the people who are here for the protest. What brings you here? The rally to protest?
The rally, the lack of due process, the rounding up people at their jobs, mostly.
You shouldn't be able to get arrested at your job.
Taking parents away from their kids' graduations. That's
if your kid's going to graduate, you don't go to jail.
Now,
Hello. Mic check. Testing.
I'm not so sure. I agree that there should be like border control has a job to do. But I think you were saying earlier that the people who have been here for 10, 20, 30 years making lives, those people should be given
they never had time
for
to get their papers
rather than just put in a detention center and sent away.
That's crazy.
And what I'm hearing from this,
they never had a chance to do that.
What I'm hearing from him, I hear a lot. And keep in mind, look, I
Joking, bro, of course.
Immigration, which is a much more complicated issue that I would even pretend to try to fix. But I'll tell you this. I have been through 2 rounds of pardons and letting people stay here. And then they do that, and then they do nothing else. And then they expect people to suddenly understand why one administration, suddenly they want to close everything down. This problem is a problem not of this administration or the past administration or the administration before. This has been going on for many, many years.
No, she's right about that. That's true.
And there'll be the pardons, there'll be this for a little bit. But honestly, it's not fixed. And until people start thinking long term, how are we going to deal with this?
Hello.
Not just
Mic check.
Yo.
Why?
Which is the other extreme.
Wait,
when we're honestly
that's
ready
an extreme?
For that discussion, then perhaps something can be done.
So applying the law is an extreme?
It's our own fault.
What?
That we are where we're at because nobody's wanted to really deal with it. And when suddenly deal with it with no holds bar, it's people some people anyway have a hard time swallowing that.
The last time.
So there's our guy. He's doing the entertainment.
Hello. Mic check.
So
Yo.
People are trying to keep the crowd happy and light and the perimeter of it, and just keep things light. But still, again, in the front of the crowd, you see that they're getting a little closer and closer and closer, and hopefully.
Hello. Mic check.
But,
Testing 1 2 3.
That answers your question.
She totally misrepresented the situation.
So you're a young man. Is it okay if I talk to you? All right. What's your first name?
Victor Montiel.
Victor, and are you from here, from LA area?
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to me about.
Hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3.
How old are you, first of all? Because you're pretty young.
Right now I'm 19. I'm a college student. I'm doing the same thing what you're doing journalism.
Oh, so you guys are doing the journalism
good for him.
Okay, so.
Hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3.
I see that we're documenting what the struggle of the people are and what people are facing through decades of.
Hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3.
I feel like it's understanding each other as people.
So there's the 20 subs,
empowering and it's good. to get seeing the both sides and see how this area of Los Angeles, how people come all over Orange County, San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita, Palmdale, and they come to one area to support. And now you don't only see one race of people, you see blacks, you see whites.
It's dehumanizing.
Hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3.
Great.
Is having more people united instead of
amazing.
Oh, you voted for this guy, you voted for this, or you're this. No,
Hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3.
I gather you may have family members who may have at some point come into this country illegally. I don't know if they have or not. Okay.
Hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3.
School parents who want to go to work, people I know, but you tell me what your perspective.
My perspective, you can't really do nothing about it and can't really be fearing. Because at the end of the day, it is what it is.
We're okay. You're with Fox?
I'm not with Channel 11, the local.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It is what it is.
Are you sure you're not with Fox?
No, I'm not with the network. No, it's okay.
Hello.
No, I thought
No, that's okay. No, it's okay, and I understand that. And, that is an understandable. No, it's an understandable question because a lot of people.
Test. Mic check. Yo, what's going on?
Christina, we're going to take it back to you. We've got a news conference with several mayors from different parts of Southern California, community cities. We're going to go to that news conference.
Oh, God, okay.
All right, you're just listening in.
Hello.
11 team as they are also going to get into this press conference right now out of Huntington Park in Los Angeles County. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox as they are potentially talking about some of these anti-ICE demonstrators, these protests, talking about these ICE raids and immigration policy as well. Let's listen into this on Live Now.
You guys ready? Just
Hello.
tighten it up. Yeah, tighten it up. Okay. Getting ready to start.
Hello. Mic check.
I want to thank you guys all for joining me today. My name is Arturo Flores. I'm the mayor for the city of Huntington Park. I'm joined today by my colleagues from neighboring cities. I have the mayor, Rita Soto, from the city of Linwood. I have the mayor, Elizabeth Alcantar, from the city of Cudahy. And I'm also joined by my colleagues, Vice Mayor Eddie Martinez.
Hello.
Councilmember Jonathan Sanabria, Councilwoman Nancy Martiz, and Councilwoman Karina Macias, as well by our own Chief of Police, Cosme Lozano. I want to thank you guys for joining us here today, not only as a mayor, but also as a citizen of this country who fought in 2 wars, and as a resident that understands the pulse of our community, hardworking families.
Hello. Mic check.
Fairness and dignity. This city is aware of the presence of immigration and customs enforcement agents that conducted an operation this morning at approximately 7:30 in the morning. 3040 Slauson Avenue. As of now, the city has not received any confirmation of who was arrested, how many individuals were arrested, or where they were taken. We're unable to confirm any of that. I was part of the LA County's meeting that took place where they said that they will be conducting operations of this nature for the next 30 days.
That's a good
start. The reason for this press conference.
Hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3.
That are being taken
Yo.
by the federal government.
Right.
I want to make it very clear. The Trump administration's immigration policy was centered around public safety. The actions that we're seeing take place not only in Los Angeles, but throughout the region are counterintuitive to that narrative.
Yeah.
What we're seeing is an arbitrary
Hello.
Of anybody that essentially looks or might be Latino in areas where they might be trying to find work or employment. With that being said,
so it's everybody. They're rounding up all of the brown
just to give
people.
An example
Okay.
of the type of fear that this shows.
For sure.
Miles Elementary was graduating at HP High School. Very quickly, rumors started spreading that ICE was outside. The auditorium erupted into chaos. Families that were supposed to be celebrating one of their child's achievements, a milestone, was turned into a horror and terrifying experience with the fear that they might not be able to spend the next day or continue to be part of the family.
Why would they be afraid?
Our community is dealing with.
We're good.
Why would they be afraid?
The reason why we're standing up myself as a mayor and condemn these types of actions.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I do want to highlight that these types of actions.
Why do they always
also
emotionally
sow
manipulate?
division
That's the only
between
thing they
law
have.
enforcement and our residents. I'm going to be inviting the chief of police to come up here. He has a message
God.
that will be
Here
conveyed
we
in
go.
English and Spanish to our community members regarding the relationship between the community and law enforcement.
More
I'm
morons
inviting now
defending
Chief Cosme
criminals?
Lozano.
Yeah, it's insane, isn't it? There's so much of this.
Yes,
it's crazy.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Cosme Lozano. I am the Huntington Park Chief of Police. And I just want to reassure the community and send a message that the Huntington Park Police Department does align with state law. We are not federal agents. We are local police officers. We do not enforce federal law, nor do we assist federal agents in immigration enforcement. We work very hard at maintaining trust with our community members. We never concern
Then why
ourselves.
can't you put
Our
out the
police
fires?
officers never concern themselves with the immigration status of any resident in our community. I do plead with members of the community, if you are going to exercise your constitutional rights, to do so in peaceful protest and to not engage in any infractionary or criminal activity.
Surely that'll stop it.
Any concerns can be directed to the police department, or if anybody wants to report any criminal activity or anything that concerns them, obviously call our dispatch center, and our police officers and dispatchers will be happy to help you with that. En español les quiero reforzar a los miembros de la comunidad que el Departamento de Policía
This is a
obedece las
disagreeer.
leyes de California.
You seriously
No
need to
somos
go
agentes
outside? Remember what
federales,
life
somos
is?
Oficiales de policía estatales y
What's
locales.
life?
All right, you can just listen in there as the Huntington
Is
Park
life,
Police Chief talking about this.
Breaking into another
latest
country
on
and
some of these
committing
ICE
crimes?
raids and
Is that
also
it?
protests as the heightened presence of U.S. immigration
What
and
am I going to
Customs
find outside?
enforcement agents doing activity near a Home Depot store, a location known where immigrant workers gather seeking employment opportunities. City leaders from around L.A. County, including there in Huntington Park, centrally located just
looks
south
like there's
of
no
downtown.
response.
City leaders responding to fears and intimidation among law-abiding, hard-working immigrant families due to these actions. We're also monitoring.
It's crazy how much they just intentionally misrepresent this. It is. It's insane. They just. It's just the same thing. Immigrant families, hardworking immigrant families. That's not who's the victim of this. Again, there's no what's wrong with you. Yeah, everything. Just look at what happened on January 6th and the way they arrested. Yeah, that's what I think they should do today. Yeah, I was supporting that. These guys captured everyone's attention by the riot and got what they wanted. They couldn't do it without violence. Well, I don't think so. I feel like everybody was paying attention to it before the violence.
Hello.
There's a lot less people paying attention to it now. What's happening? What the fuck is that? Let me see here. If there's any more information. Yeah, kazoo?
Hello.
Street fights are breaking out.
See, like now, why is this
taken off?
Wait.
That's the guy. Okay, so the guy there on the left, the bald guy that is being hit, I don't know if he's an agitator or exactly what happened, but whoever he is, the crowd is not fond of him. And that was the same guy that
They don't hate the police, they want to be the police. See?
were just kind of fighting with earlier. And now, for whatever reason,
hello.
this area here at Temple and Judge John Aiso Street.
What a surprise. The
And
guy
it
with
looks
the
like
American
they've got him
flag is
pushed up
getting
against
beat up.
Hello.
Or that parking shack there. And I can't tell.
Hello.
Might be an agitator.
Or something.
Because
Hello.
can beat you up.
So I don't know exactly what's going on. You know, this happened once or twice.
Hello.
Where the crowd kind of fought.
Hello.
But, really not. Yeah.
Hello.
we're seeing them
Mic
with
check.
these flagpoles, and we
Yo.
know
Wow,
that those
these are
poles
great
can
op.
certainly
Mic check.
be used as weapons.
Attacking and trying to take away the
Test.
somebody. Yeah.
He seems to be trying to get away
Looks
from
really
the
good.
crowd,
Yo.
but, there are some that
Not every
seem to
illegal that's being
continue to go
deported
after
is
him.
committing
Mike, in
crimes.
this ramp, where does this ramp?
Reread what you just typed.
Judge John Issa, let me go.
Hello.
Reread it
on my map. But
Yo.
yeah, I mean, this is kind of indicative of what's going
Yo,
on.
yo.
People that wants this to remain peaceful, and you see that
Mic
group of people
check.
trying to stop this fighting
Test.
from happening. And then as we lose the chopper picture here,
And so
for just
there
a
it is. And so, yeah, so this is the thing. They want to have a monopoly on violence and bully and attack people that disagree with them.
Hello.
How about you try to deport illegal immigrants in ways that don't terrorize or skip due process? That don't terrorize. I feel like you just made that up. People are going to say they're being terrorized by being held accountable.
Yo. Mic check.
Do you think it'll get worse? I think that it depends on how the National Guard handles it.
Test. Yo.
I think that's really the truth. It really depends on that. Oh, here we go.
Mic check.
Kershaw was released on bond earlier today. The SEIU president in California. Let's listen back in, though, to this in Huntington Park, California.
The spelling of names and spellings and titles of all the speakers. I know we haven't been spelling it out, but just so you guys know.
Are you going to say something in Spanish, maybe?
Yes, I'll say it at the end. Up next, I want to invite the mayor for the city of Cudahy, Elizabeth Alcantar.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Elizabeth Alcantar Loza. I am the mayor for the city of Cudahy, and I'm here to lend my support to our Southeast communities. Our Southeast communities are under attack. They are seeing what is happening in neighboring cities, and I think for a lot of our folks, the fear is the point. Mi nombre es Elizabeth Alcantar Loza. Soy la alcaldesa de la ciudad de Cudahy.
I mean, I feel like that's fair, right?
Mi apoyo a nuestras comunidades de un lado que están viendo un ataque en nuestros miembros de la comunidad. Lo que hemos notado es que el objetivo es miedo, es dar miedo a nuestras comunidades. Entonces también queremos asegurarnos de que estemos dando información sobre conozca sus derechos. ¿Qué es lo que debemos de hacer como comunidad si es que llega inmigración a nuestras puertas? So we also want to make sure that we tell our folks what they should be doing in case immigration shows up at their door. All of our community members should know their rights, should know what to do, should know how to respond. And so if ICE comes to your door or your car, you have the right to not open the door until you see a judicial warrant signed by the judge. You also have the right to remain silent and speak to an attorney prior to. We also ask that you do not sign anything until you speak to your lawyer and they are present with you. And if anyone spots any ICE sightings, if they believe they've seen ICE in their communities, we want them to take notice, to take photos, to take details down and call the Raids Rapid Response Network here in Los Angeles. The number is 888-624-4752.
How's that not obstructing justice?
En español, como mencioné, necesitamos asegurarnos de que
I don't know how that's not obstructing justice if you're doing that. It's a crime? I feel like it has to be. And like so and this is the problem that I have with this is that if it is a crime, and I think it's a crime, I mean I think so. Like you're basically saying to like, you know, find out where these police locations are. The raid phone actually tracks your phone location so they can arrest you too? Well, I don't know. Telling people what their rights are? No, I don't have a problem with that. Why would I have an issue with that? But I'm talking about like calling in for like the tip line about like where ICE is. They'll just drop the charges if they get arrested? What crime is it illegal to point out traffic stops on Google Maps? To do it in real time and then give people advice so they can avoid the cops, then yeah, I would say so. Because you're actively obstructing justice. Like these are police officers and like, you know, officers of the law that are trying to do their job. And so like if you're actively trying to make that harder and make it worse, you are an accomplice to the crime. It's just that simple. That's a stretch. I feel like it's pretty reasonable. Radar scanners are illegal. Oh, is it? Yeah, I wonder why. Why isn't California officials not getting arrested for obstructing federal agents? Well, this is my viewpoint as well, is that I think one of the big reasons why this is kind of why it's escalated so much is that some places, not everywhere, do. Well, no, I think that it should be. So basically, this is the reason why I think it should be against the law, and I think it is against the law, is that the purpose of those hotlines and the purpose of those response things are for people to come over there and actively obstruct ICE from being able to do their job. So like the purpose of these lines is explicitly to make things harder and make it harder for them to do their job. So the intent of this is in order to basically protect criminals. And that's the issue. That's the problem. So they can be rats? Yes, sure, right? It's a call to arms? Yes, it is. Is it aiding and abetting? I think it is, personally. I would say that it is. Channel 5 video of the protest, funny as fuck. Yeah, I might watch it tomorrow. We'll see what happens. The crowd should have dispersed an hour ago? Yeah. How can we not see how fucked up this is? Literally obstructing federal law, but we deal with it while the people who don't pay tax dollars can waste ours? Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. It's like the guy getting jumped. Police couldn't help him. That's clearly out of control when a guy's getting beat up by a mob and he's trying to get away. Yeah, well, this is what that's working as intended for these people. That's why they're doing it. They're actively trying to bully and attack people to make them afraid. That's their goal. Isn't Google Maps warning of speed traps different because you can stop doing the crime before you get there? Well, I mean, Google Maps warning for speed traps is totally different. Like, I mean, the thing is, like, for example, with that, you don't actively endanger officers' lives or other people's lives by telling someone that there's a speed trap. How? Well, basically, so, like, I'll give you an example. Like, the reason why they're doing raids and they don't tell people they're doing a raid ahead of time is, oh wow, they're having a lot of people leave. It seems like maybe they are actually dispersing, or at least a good amount of them are. I think that's what's happening. Crowds leaving. Yeah, they said 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, we'll see what happens. This unlawful assembly is in effect now? Well, then just go arrest them. They issued a dispersal. Marines brought an Eldar cannon that cooks your skin. Oh, shit. I mean, I agree with it. A great example of proper protesting. I'm not a fan of blocking the street and, like, the graffiti everywhere. But this definitely isn't as bad as it was yesterday. I'll tell you that for sure. You're right. Wouldn't going and arresting people escalate the situation and increase the chances of public retaliation? Well, I think that you have to think about, like, what the implication of what you're saying is, right? You're saying that, like, wouldn't enforcing the law cause people to riot, so let's not enforce the law. And I feel like that's kind of a bad way of looking at it. Three minutes left. All right, let's see what happens. I should be here, yeah. Why would the public retaliate? We want these idiots locked up. Well, some people are against this, but the majority of people are for it. Mark Cuban brought the concept to my attention. Essentially, people like Mark Cuban believe that if enforcing the law causes violence, it's better to not enforce the law. I don't know. I would say it's better to just take the people that are violent and just arrest them. It seems pretty simple to me. Yeah, also, by the way, Mark Cuban doesn't really believe that. If somebody went to break into his house, he'd want the police to protect him. If this ever was something that he, he was held accountable for or anything like that, he'd immediately change what he believes. And this is one of the reasons why I don't really respect a lot of the perspectives that these people have, is that it's not relevant at all to them, and that's why they think it's okay. You can see the human microwave machine. Uh-oh, here we go. It's all hypocrisy? Yeah, it is. It's total hypocrisy. You speaking more to the large scale? That implies we need to implement an authoritarian police state, which require mass surveillance. We need to implement an authoritarian police state? No, like... We don't need who said we need a police state? Okay, well, it looks like everybody's basically leaving. Yeah, this one didn't really go very far, huh? We'll give it a minute, but let's see what happens. What's your opinions on Palantir? I don't know enough about it to have an opinion.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Always doing the extra mile. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo, what's going on?
There's a few
hello.
The PvP server isn't ready for the clan of Marines on the way? Well, I don't want to have the Marines hurt anybody. I mean, that's obviously not good at all. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Wait for dusk, and that's when the degens come out? I don't think that's going to happen this time. The reason why I don't think you're going to have, like,
hello.
Is because you're not having a, like, there wasn't, like, at this point yesterday, there was mass unrest. Like, it was totally fucking chaos at this point. I remember because it's 7 p.m. And it's also Monday, so people are going to have to go home earlier. It's not going to happen. And also, there's 2,000 more National Guard coming. So, like, there's no way they're going to be able to do that. It's nutty? Yeah, it is.
Hello.
These people have jobs? Some of them do. Like, I'd say, like, maybe one in every 10 has a job. I don't know. Where are the USA flags? I said what I said.
Hello. Mic check.
It just becomes more true, isn't it?
Yo.
And the only USA flag like this one here is like, it's like
four
flags at the same time. It's not even a US flag.
Hello. Yo.
No,
mic check.
You think tonight is going to get fiery? No. I don't think so. I think that you'll have a couple of people that are like acting out, but in a general sense, no. Trying to see if there's anything else going on.
President, although I'm sure the president would say some of these folks are not their own countrymen. They're here illegally from other countries.
Yeah, they are.
The LAPD responding. LAPD Chief Jim McDonald says he's not been given any formal notification about the Marines and said their arrival would present challenges for his officers.
Hello.
Trump and
You.
potential arrest of Government
there was going to
Newsom.
be raids by ICE and Homeland
Bro,
Security.
if
Now,
that
there was the mayor.
happens-
They were not notified. They were not in coordination with the president on this.
But that's because there is a sanctuary policy, and they don't
Hello,
coordinate
hello.
with the administration. By
Yo.
So the administration says, we'd like to work with you. You have a policy that says that you can't, so we're not telling you because
Hello, hello.
we can't tell you.
Mic
U.S.
check.
officials say around
Yo.
1,000 National Guard members are here on the ground in L.A. Governor Newsom says only about 300 are currently deployed. The governor's also suing the Trump administration over
that's
the
gonna do
deployment of the
something.
Guard,
That's gonna
which
matter.
the president authorized under
That'll
Title
really do it.
10 of the U.S. Code.
ABC 7.
Hello, hello.
About our crews
Yo.
on the ground monitoring all of this, the protests
No, this is
downtown
ABC 7.
on this fourth day. Reporter Christina Gonzalez
nothing going
live
on.
there on the scene in front of the federal building. Christina?
That's right. We're in the Los
Hello,
Angeles
hello.
side of the federal building. Let me show you.
Hello,
the scene
hello.
here. This is on the opposite side of where Matt is.
Hello,
And
hello.
The crowd here is actually an interesting dynamic that is happening. The crowd here has gotten smaller. Some of them have gone over to the area where the crowd that Matt is in the middle of is at, because that area, they started having some issues. There's word.
Hello, hello. Mic check.
Move them back, and the question is, will they all be pushed
Yo.
here to Los Angeles? Remember, keep in mind, all these crowds are surrounding the federal building. This has been so far a very peaceful crowd. We have not had any issues.
Yeah, it's been pretty
many of
good.
the people here came from earlier rallies.
Hello, hello.
There were a couple
Mic check.
rally over at Grand Park, and then there was a large group of students here who've been rallying and protesting since 11 o'clock. But so far, things have been very quiet.
Hello, hello. Mic check.
They have the big
where is
sign,
it?
California National Guard, and the
refresh.
feds, in other words, just blocking entrance to this building. So far, it's been
not
very
seeing it
much in your
anywhere.
face, but no attempt to do anything beyond that. Very peaceful. At some point, the
About to be
question is,
talking?
if they start moving people from that area where Matt is, which is
Let me see.
Aliso,
ABC
will they
4?
end up over here, or will this crowd be moved over there, or will they be allowed to disperse on their own?
No,
which
I'm
is
not seeing it
unlikely
there
at this
either.
point. But we're going to have to see what happens. Again, we have the same. A lot of people, though, have left from
Yeah, we're still
a few
waiting.
hours ago. I think a lot of families, they say it's 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. And now it's just a different kind of crowd, but there's still quite a few people out here who were at the earlier rallies. But again, it seems to be shifting as it does at this time. People have to get home to the kids and so forth. But we still have a good, on this side, I'd say about 100 people maybe in front of the building, and then around them a good 50, 100, but it changes because they're moving
see.
back and forth between the two crowds. It's very organic. There's no leadership moving these people. So we'll have to see what happens. So from Los Angeles Street in downtown Los Angeles, back to you, Christine.
We see the officers
they're gonna do
in
a
the
press
darker
conference soon?
uniform, a little movement there on the
When's that
platform
gonna
there.
happen?
You see the National Guard. Are those also National Guard, or what agency is that?
Federal. That's a federal agency. Remember, the federal building is being guarded by the federal
Hello, hello.
There
Mic
may
check.
be some sheriffs somewhere in there that sometimes, but the majority of the people in front of that, you see that line, and that is by design. They
Hello,
make
hello.
the point that
Mic
we,
check.
the feds, are going to protect this building.
Well, yeah, obviously,
they
that's
know
what makes
that they're on
sense.
cameras and that they
Sure.
know that this is what they have to do. When I was out walking the perimeter earlier, I was told that LAPD, the local law enforcement, will take care of the streets. But the entrance to the buildings that are federal buildings is going to be in charge of the National Guard and any kind of federal authority at this point.
All right, Christina, we are watching the scene there, and you're right, it does look like a much thinner
Something is
crowd.
going on right behind.
Hello, hello.
What's this?
Mic check.
Yeah, I smell the smoke. I
Yo.
think somebody released some kind of smoke device. Let's see.
Uh-oh.
Let's take a look over here. Let's walk a little bit this way. Did you get to see what happened? No?
Hello.
No. Let's see. So people are moving this way and moving back. If you can guard that spot for me.
Oh.
I'm not gonna, yes. We're not gonna.
I got more.
Am I going to the
But what you
protest?
see are people moving back. I think that there was what I don't
Maybe I should go
smell
with the
tear
Marines,
gas.
right?
Christina.
Holy
I
fuck.
do smell some kind of gas now. Yes.
Why don't we take it back here?
50
We've got a
bucks,
crew
man.
On the ground, Matthew Stewart,
Yeah.
what do you see?
Yeah, so we're at
With the National
Los Angeles
Guard.
Street
don't know if you can hear police. It sounds like they're wanting people to disperse. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Yeah, there's someone talking. Someone's talking. It's there. But sorry about that. So here at Temple and Los Angeles, we did see what looked like a fight. We saw a guy get thrown to the ground and some punches being thrown.
That looks like a fight, yeah.
Rushed in, trying to break it
Definitely
up.
a fight.
They did. But then we saw Los Angeles police just run this direction. And here is where we are now, where you can see police on Temple Street making their presence known. We saw lots of protesters just run and scatter. But right now, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens as police look at the protesters and protesters look at the police here at Temple in Los Angeles.
This is just a microphone test. I want to see what this thing sounds like on repeat.
PG.
This is just a microphone test. I want to see what this thing sounds like on repeat.
Legally graffiti places and hold up
This is just a microphone test. I want to see what this thing sounds like on repeat.
Do our best to try to keep that out, but sometimes
This is just a microphone test. I want to see what this thing sounds like on repeat.
Well, that explains a little
This
bit
is
of
just a microphone test. I want to see what this thing sounds like on repeat.
much close to that scene in different spots of the federal
This is
building.
just a microphone test. I want to see what this thing sounds like on
This
repeat.
weekend, as you might expect, being a Monday.
This is just a microphone test. I want to see what this thing sounds like on
Like
repeat.
I've been saying earlier, I mean, you can feel
This is just a microphone test. I want to.
fight. Then police ran in. We did mention just about 20 minutes ago, we saw a car show up, a truck full of gas masks. It just seems like there's something brewing, I guess you could say. Right now, though, again, police just kind of here. Watching the situation.
A truck full of gas
as,
masks?
Looks like some protesters
What the
are yelling
fuck?
at them. But this is what we're looking at right
Who
now.
did that?
We have some clarity on those masks. They're called bionic shields.
Hello.
And I initially
What?
thought they were gas masks coming off the car, that they were being handed out, as Alex said, like candy to people in the crowd. We did a little research there. They cost about $34 to $64, and they are protective masks, kind of like what you might see in a work.
Hello, hello.
It kind of
Mic
protects
check.
you from chemical
Testing,
splash,
1, 2, 3.
or
Yeah, who's paying
debris,
for this?
but it is not a gas
So here
mask.
we
It's meant for like
If you look
mechanics
at this,
or people that are doing body
if
work
you,
on cars, and I don't think they're going to be doing body work on cars tonight. Do you see any cars coming in for body work tonight, Matthew?
No, we just
No cars.
for body work here tonight. We did just see another box of someone handing out more masks. So again, like obviously we don't know what's going to happen tonight, but it does seem like protesters here are preparing for something to happen, some sort of altercation, possibly with police.
I'd be curious also, and I know it's hard to get in there.
What's happening?
But who's funding this?
Yeah.
Who's paying for these?
It's about to go down. That's what's going to happen.
Here we go. We've got. I just saw some rocks being thrown, and that is a great question you mentioned
good.
about who's paying for those masks to happen
Here
to
we
show
go.
up.
Let's see if there's going to be any more rocks.
But we did just see some people throwing stuff. You can hear some people in the crowd not agreeing with it, telling them to calm down.
Yeah.
But again, you can feel an energy.
Hello, hello.
Describe.
Yeah, I
Mic
saw
check.
one kind of pushing somebody back. Is that her right there? She's kind of pushing this guy.
Hello, hello.
Kind of saying no, no. We also saw that with Christina Gonzalez as well, who said her location.
I mean, they're
although it was
right
an
that it looks.
organic
Hello, hello.
Whenever they're throwing
Mic
rocks
check.
and bricks and
staying
shit.
peaceful, and that when
Very
somebody threw a
true.
water bottle, the crowd reacted like, no, that's not where we want to go. That was this specific crowd. These are not the people necessarily who have caused so much damage.
Hello, hello.
We saw
Mic check.
yesterday. Bizarre behavior there. Somebody acting very strange there. And being videotaped, as we do in this day and age. But right now, what you saw when you described somebody intervening with somebody who was starting to kind of cause some unrest is what Christina Gonzalez also described as well.
Actual fucking private
it
server
does seem like
behavior.
there's a segment of the crowd that doesn't want to see the violence, doesn't want
Hello,
to see the
hello.
unrest.
Mic check.
And then there are, those people in the crowd that's
Oh
what
my
they're here
God.
for, right? Agitators. They want to see the disruption.
Yo, what's going on?
That's great.
And, noting this
Hello, hello.
era era
Yeah, I
of
don't
people
know.
wanting to document everything, including their own activities, which also means
It's crazy that like this guy never gets arrested, nothing ever happens.
There's a lot of videos out there that are documenting.
Hello. Mic check.
Saying that for some of the most severe of the agitators who caused the most damage, we're going to be trying to track you down and make arrests. And they have made arrests yesterday. So we're watching the scene here and describe.
Hello.
The cars.
Mic check.
Just the public trying
Yo.
to drive down the street there, caught up amidst these protests.
Yeah, it is the public. I mean, you've got to imagine. I mean, most
Hello.
LA,
Mic check.
across the world know what's been happening in here the last few days, and especially in the evening, nighttime. To guess, you would imagine that a lot of these people are either coming here to be a part of the protest or
Hello.
what's going on.
Yo.
Just based on what
Mic check. Mic check.
Right now, there are kind of two segments of this crowd again, where Christina Gonzalez was.
Yeah, this one doesn't seem so bad.
And then over here at Los Angeles.
Hello. Mic check.
Demonstrators are
Yo.
face to face with police.
I mean, I think that like the amount of people that are willing to like be violent goes down massively.
Yo, what's going on?
When you actually have like the National Guard and the Marines coming out. Yet. Oh no, yeah, I'm sure some of them will try it, but like the more that there's a show of force, the less that they'll be willing to do it.
Hello.
Today, something that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, announced. We do not expect them to be in place today. They're leaving from 29 Palm.
Hello.
They're sometime soon. We don't have an exact.
They tracked down all the people involved in January 6th, but they can't track these people down.
In place.
That's crazy, right?
Let's see what happens with this car that's trying to come.
Hello.
So,
Mic check. Yo.
Expect around 5:15, which is about 2 minutes from now.
Yo.
Press conference from the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass.
Yo, what's going on?
Chief of Police of Los Angeles, Jim.
Hello.
To talk about where we're
Hello.
where we're going. Last night, we had a couple opportunities to talk with her, and she
Mic check.
really tried to get the message out that violence is not the answer.
What the fuck?
And that there would not be tolerance for violence is not the answer.
They're blocking a freeway this time. This is the same place they were at yesterday.
We'll see if both the mayor and the police chief maybe have a different strategy tonight for.
Dude, no. Click on my name.
You click on his name, edit permissions.
Oh, I see. Should be able to now.
Hello. Mic check.
I wonder why rockets aren't left click. You know? Like, what does left click do? Nothing. I feel like it should be.
I mean, I don't know why it's...
Hello. Yo. Mic check.
I mean, I'll just drop all my stuff like this.
He's known for his part.
Hello. Yo. Mic check.
I can just pick it up like that.
Hello.
Holy shit, I gotta take a piss.
Because I'm pretty sure the
Hello.
Here.
Yo.
Surprised nobody showed up.
Microphone testing. 1, 2, 3.
Pretty big map.
Did you say that big group ended up being the people next to the base that you guys built?
I mean, there was 3 of them.
Maybe not.
Hello.
Yeah, because like that group that when we first came in, there was 8 of them. And I don't think they'd be that separated.
No, and if there was,
Hello.
I feel like that.
Mic check. Yo.
Yeah.
Is there anything to pick up by hand over there?
Hello. Yo.
Yeah, you can come grab. I mean, there would definitely be hella extra.
Yo. Mic check.
Your compactor would be nice.
Yeah.
Hello. Mic check.
It is literally fucking dead. Can you repair it?
Yeah. I'm gonna drive dick in the sand.
Test. Yo, what's going on?
You actually could. You actually could.
Another
Dude, somebody should do that, dude. Imagine you're driving by the large one and you just see a giant fucking John dick.
Oh, can we?
Hello, hello.
You could? Yeah, you could. You could draw shapes in this.
That's actually hilarious.
Yo, mic check.
Lexi?
Yeah?
How do you participate in a lance fraud?
How do you what?
Participate. It's like a quest. Choosing a side.
That's like the... If you hit O, and then in the top there's the Landsred page.
Hello,
you can see
hello.
all the different missions.
Yo.
All the different quests there. It's like a big...
Mic check.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
The Landsred is over though, so I don't think it'll count at the moment. I think you have to wait until like in 2 hours when it resets and the reward goes out for the decree.
Hello, hello. Yo,
40 minutes?
mic check.
Fuck, I could bring.
Good comms.
Wait, is there like a limit to how many people you can have on Cone or on?
Hello, hello. Yo, mic check. Test, test,
I
test.
tried giving it to you both ways.
Hello, hello.
It's weird.
Yo.
There's a guy on me. Who the fuck's this guy? Oh.
Mic check. Yo, what's going on?
I didn't hear anything until right on my ass, and then I thought I was dead. Well, I guess I wouldn't have died that fast, but you know.
I like this. This is nice.
You really right on top of me before I even noticed. Do you have a transport? Or storage? Sorry.
Si, senor.
Spice.
Hello, hello.
You don't even need
Yo,
spice.
mic check.
But...
No, you always need spice.
Spice must flow, man.
Yeah, you always need
we'll,
spice.
We'll always need it, but we have so much right now back at base.
Trust me, we will need it.
If we want to get addicted to spice, bro.
Yeah, dude.
It's gonna be a lot harder to get
Hello,
to
hello.
10th, probably.
Mic check.
Like, by that time, people are gonna be caught up this far, and there's gonna be a lot more players.
Hello, hello.
Who are deep
Mic
desert.
check.
Yeah, there's no way there's 300 players in this deep desert right now. Like,
Nah, no way. Nah, no shot.
Well, it's better to get as much as we can while it's.
Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic
oh
check.
my god, I panicked for a second because I thought your helicopter was mine. And I was like, oh my fucking god, it's over. I was like, why are you flying,
with
Mom?
a little
Wait,
bit.
he's flying.
Whoa, he's coming after me, dude. What the fuck?
He's gonna hit you with his fucking tail.
Oh my goodness, look it up. I'm actually
They've adapted
Yeah, 3 gain.
They've adapted.
But imagine they could actually like jump out of the water or out of the sand at you.
Hello, hello.
They can launch themselves at you in the air. That would be
Mic
fucking
check.
crazy.
Honestly, this
I saw a
part of the
TikTok
game.
Of some dude just watching one fly.
I'm gonna drop another back towards you.
This part of the game is definitely. It reminds me of.
Hello, hello.
Atlas.
Mic check.
When you say water,
Yo.
I feel like I get it. You know.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of Atlas.
I'm back towards him.
Yeah.
That sounds good. I like it like that.
Dude, oh my god, I have so much room in this thing. It's just never full. Okay, it's finally full. Jesus.
He's coming.
Alright, let's go back.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Let's see what this sounds like.
that's it. Yeah, no country has that. Like, no country should be obligated to take people into being citizens into their country that they don't want, especially if it's
Hello, hello.
democratically
Mic
elected,
check.
that
Testing 1, 2, 3.
People don't want that there. That's our history. Stop spewing your nonsense. Well, that's not our history at all. The reality is that whenever, the U.S. wasn't, we didn't immigrate here. We conquered this area. The people that lived here, we came over there. We fought a war. The reason why Texas is part of America is because of the Spanish-American War. Like, we fought a war and we won the war, and now we own this place. And by the way, every single other country was founded the exact same way. Do you really think that the only and the first people that live in Mexico now were the only people to ever live in Mexico in the history of time? Really? Do you really think that? I mean, like, look at, I mean, especially like look at Europe, for example. You can just look at like maps from like 50 years ago. Look at maps from 100 years ago.
Who the fuck knows,
these
dude?
things change over time.
Nobody fucking knows
and so
anymore.
The entire premise that like, oh,
it's all
everybody
bullshit.
immigrated here. Well, that's true with everything. Like, I mean, basically nobody spawned in from the beginning of time here. People, I mean, like the idea is that people came from Africa, right? Like, we don't really know for sure, but like that's what people believe. So like anybody that came from anywhere,
it's all fucking
at some
bullshit.
point was an illegal alien. If you want to take like the definition that we use now, or Asia or whatever, right? Yeah. So I don't agree with that logic. I think it doesn't make any sense. And it's also like, I mean, Native American tribes killed each other too. It's not like everybody was just getting along and then we came here and then everything was awful. No, they were killing each other and fighting over land before the Americans even got here. So for thousands of years, yeah, exactly. And so like the entire, like the everything about that argument is stupid. Now, Africa theory was completely debunked by DNA evidence years ago. Yeah, I don't know whether it is or not.
I mean, I don't know about all that.
What's the point of that logic anyway? That that this is Mexico's land and they're trying to reclaim it like an invasion? Yo, I don't know, but like that's how I see it. Yeah, it's the kind of bullshit they teach. What kind of bullshit they teaching you retards in school? Well, this is the problem, right? It's like it's the indoctrination where people feel like Americans don't have a right to their country, but every other country does. I think it's really bad rhetoric, and I don't like it at all. Because, like, I mean, the fact is that every country was founded this way. With, like, people, there was some sort of war or some sort of land grab in the past that caused the country to happen. It's convenient for you? Yeah, of course. It's ass backwards. It's totally backwards.
In that area. Now, they are saying that there's people with guns. I see people with,
Thank you.
Trying to keep an eye from there where the crowd is going. But some of the people were saying that they had snipers up there. From the perspective here,
Good.
I know that they have weapons, but I see them mostly trying to keep eyes on what is going on from the federal building, which is where we're at. Now, let's see if we can walk this way a little bit. Walk with me. Because this, what is really difficult about to secure this, as it were, for LAPD is that you have
Native American, I 100% agree.
pathways that go all around the federal building. If they had completely blocked the federal building, this might
like
be
hundreds of
easier.
years
You can
ago,
see somebody
too.
over here selling. How much are the flags going for?
They're $20.
$20. Are you doing a good business today?
Hey, that's not me, is it?
¿En cuánto están las
These guys whipped out the snipers, man. Shit's about to get cracking.
It's slow.
It's slow. It's slow.
We are coming here because it's we're not working, and you know we need to make a little money, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Selling the flags. Okay.
Yeah, we're selling flags now. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We are working and
That's what I meant about
they're going to snipers ourselves.
He's hustling, man. Yep, that's smart. You got to fish where the fish are.
Like that. But let's see where that crowd
Yep.
was going. But again, this
He's
gives you a
hustling,
sense
he
of
is.
how difficult. This is much more of a festive area here. People are pretty. There's no violence. There's nothing going on that's crazy. Here.
Hello,
Let's go
hello.
over there to see, because that's what
Mic
happens
check.
as it gets later. Family members begin to leave. Some of the original people who were here with rallies, and then you have a different type of person. So here we are at Los Angeles and Temple. This is the area where you saw some of the
Flag made in
situations
China?
supposedly
Yeah,
going
true.
on. Let's see if we can check it out from this perspective.
Why would you bring a dog
Can
to
you-
this?
Let me hang on to you.
Who brings a
Elsa,
dog?
Forgive us. We are walking down the stairs
This is,
with a live camera.
why would you do
You're
that?
still with us over there, guys?
Hello, hello. Mic check.
always welcome
Hello,
friends.
mic check.
May I be of service? No one.
Hello, mic check. Yo, what's going on?
Why? That day of all days. It was horrible. A violent rampage of murder and mayhem that is seared into my memory for all time. And it was never supposed to happen again. I made sure of it. Designed a few special parts to ensure they'd remain loyal. Puppet armies do not arise by chance. There was intent behind this. I don't
Hello, mic check.
The only
Test,
one I know
test,
with
test,
that
test,
kind of
test,
power
test, test.
is the king of puppets himself. We need to learn how this happened.
He got shot in Guatemala.
That's hard.
So
That's hard.
it's not only because we want to, not we, because I can't say personally, but the people who have fought for kids like me.
Hello,
better
mic
life,
check.
is to avoid
Test.
lifestyles like that over there. You know, not everyone has the privilege of living a safe, secure life in like Guatemala, Mexico, El Salvador.
Yo.
Problem? No, I don't think so either.
Hello. Yo, what's going on?
The lifestyle is almost
Mic
unlivable
check.
here, and if it can be granted humanly here, why not?
Thank you for talking to us. We appreciate it. Be safe out there. And you know, I think we're going to have let people talk, because then you hear what
It's
this
not
is
our problem,
about
to
to
be
them.
honest.
Agree or disagree.
No, I don't think so either.
Many immigrants, have come here and worked hard to do it legally. Others have not,
true.
but the issue is, but let me just, before we go back, thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias, señor. Gracias. So what's going on over here, before I send it back to you, is that we've got, it's definitely a standoff. You see the officers right on the other side of that line. They're not going to let them get past Los Angeles.
Surprised.
They want to try to keep everybody away from the federal
Why not
building.
just have an open border?
So at Temple and Los
Cause a lot of
Angeles, things
problems.
definitely changing. The way, the approach, and the feeling is definitely very different. Wait. Okay, so what he's saying, the officers on a loudspeaker are saying, step back from the officers, or we're going to have to use less than lethal force to move you back. Step back from the officers, or we're going to have to use less than lethal force.
Oh, here we go.
That is what you're hearing. So I don't see
Let's see what
that
happens.
less than lethal force is. They've been using gas, but we also saw some of the
rubber bullets.
I'm trying to see. Let me move you a little bit. Let me go a little bit closer behind this vehicle.
Mexican standoff's actually wild. Who's saying that?
Because they're non-lethal. It depends on what they want to use. Again, I've been seeing a lot of gas, but we'll have to see. But they're asking everybody over there to step back, or they're going to move them back.
Well, yeah, of course they have to.
Definitely, this is the atmosphere changing. It was a very peaceful, quiet, but they want people to step back at Los Angeles.
So because the police want people to move, then it's not peaceful anymore? In my opinion, like, this is kind of how I see it a lot. Take responsibility with not government, other organization. No, the thing is, like, family and community are where these people should invest in. Well, I'm saying, like, with a lot of this is that it's only peaceful because law enforcement is there. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Trying to provoke the police. It's happening? Well, not yet. Nothing really has happened. I mean, the reality is that they don't have enough people to really push a real, like they don't have enough people to make anything really happen right now. Like, there's not enough people for the ratio. Yeah, see? Look. Yeah, the only way that they're able to do this is if they are able to completely overwhelm the cops, which is why you need more people. Yeah, L ratio, exactly.
Called Bionic.
Should we? Yeah, Matthew Seedorf. Let's go to Matthew Seedorf on the ground.
It's lagged out.
I'm not sure.
You can see protesters are. Demonstrators are throwing rocks and bottles right now at police as police are now pushing the line forward, trying to get people to disperse. You can see officers have their less than lethals out as more people are throwing those water bottles at them. Also trying to take cover behind this car right now.
What the
in the middle of Los Angeles and Temple. You can hear the pops of those police guns and the bottles.
Why are there bubbles?
Just missed a police officer and another shot right there. More rocks, more bottles coming. Oh, glass. There was glass just thrown to the police. It is becoming violent out here right now.
Here we go.
People are honking, and it seems like more people are rushing.
I don't think this is going to last very quickly.
Part of this. Now the police are firing the other direction.
Somebody's going to get fucked.
They're taking cover.
Situation right now. As
last night they
people
burned the car.
I mean, these
now
people
I
are
see
taking shelter behind this car, strategically parked in the middle of Los Angeles and Temple. I will say we saw it come up here, and there was boxes of stuff inside. I don't know what it is, but it's been parked there ever since.
Well, can't you just find out whose license plate it is?
If you look on the other side of Temple,
I feel like that's pretty easy to do, right?
There's another car right there where people are barricaded behind that. Just a very, very intense situation right now.
Wow.
Probably
stolen? Was there a particular moment or thing that prompted this sort of, we're taking this to the next level?
You'll see it.
Uh-oh.
It seemed like
they're getting corralled.
Police and these protesters have been face to face. Police had said, back up, don't get to this close, don't get this close.
Check out Fox 11 News.
That someone might
Los Angeles coverage.
And then we saw some rocks and bottles being thrown, and then
they're crazy over there.
And you can also see there's more people pushing closer. They want to be a part of this almost. There's cars parked in the intersection. We see more people coming in.
Using an iPad.
But you listen to the Romanian bullshit.
To that, you can hear the sound. Looks like they're trying to move the car. Look at that. So people are taking shelter behind this car as it moves from police.
Well, we might
right
think,
now is
why are they moving the
Matthew,
car?
We might think that as it's getting darker out, that they want to get people farther away from that federal building. Where
every time I come there, you're fucking crunching sus fucking Captain Perna.
See the top of our screen there, the picture of the National Guard and Homeland Security. You can see look at the PD line there. They have moved way into that space. That's the first we've really seen of that as we've had this coverage this full afternoon. And I'm wondering if that is their attempt to clear that space in front of the federal building with the thought that they don't want it to get any worse as it gets dark.
Yeah, it does seem like police are trying to wrap this up here at Los Angeles and Temple in front of the federal building. We can see another line of law enforcement in front of the federal building where the National Guard is. Those police officers pushing this way as well.
These people are getting rounded up.
In on the intersection where we're standing right this second.
That's what it seems like at least.
Look at this, Sam. More police are coming in behind these right now.
They're shouting peaceful protest.
Glass bottle from where we are. I hear some sirens as well. There's definitely more glass and stuff being thrown.
So Matthew, we've heard so much from people about the idea of law enforcement taking people into custody who may be in the country illegally. Are we seeing any indication of law enforcement taking these folks into custody who are clearly committing crime?
Exactly.
Right live on
Fucking
TV
exactly.
Can see?
Fucking exactly. Yes.
No, I haven't seen any arrests so far, but you can see people still throwing and chucking these bottles and rocks and glass at police.
Thank you.
And police are firing back with their rubber bullets. But it's really not stopping it. It's like people are wanting to be a part of it and throwing more.
Well, as we look at the area in which they're trying to clear the crowd or keep them back, perhaps they're trying to funnel the crowd clearly away from the entrance and the front of the federal
they want to get people away from the building.
That line perhaps there is keeping people from going any further up the street there, but as that line of law enforcement is moving to clear them
useless leadership, yeah, I know.
That's actually clearing them away from the front of the federal building.
Those rubber bullets are meant to hit the ground first, direct shots,
That's exactly
potentially
right.
lethal.
They're pushing them away from the federal building.
Well,
and you can see
one way to avoid getting hit by rubber bullets is to not throw things at police.
Down Los Angeles, away from the federal building. But
that's a pretty
also
good step.
People that are just coming to this intersection, almost wanting to see what's going on.
Yeah, don't throw bottles at the police
in the middle of the street right now.
That'll really that'll help you out a lot.
Can really do, especially if gas is deployed,
so that you can't be prosecuted as easily.
Okay.
Of course.
That's what they can do.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. If you're there trying
hello,
to hide your identity,
mic check,
so
testing,
that,
1, 2, 3.
And a bunch of people are watching and you're about to do something, it makes it harder to find you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or it protects you from COVID, but that's a whole other.
The federal building right now, you can see
they're almost all
National
removed.
Guard has also pushed their line forward closer to the street, away from the building, as police are really, it looks like, trying to close off access to this particular street right now.
Very interesting how all these many leftist protests over the years have people bring in vehicles filled with mass bottles and everything. Yeah, of course.
That crowd needed to leave, and you could see the progress that they made there in clearing the crowd from the front of that federal building. That shot you're seeing there, crowd on the top box, is all been moved to the right, not directly in front of the federal building. Look at the people too, Alex, with the umbrellas there. I've seen a few people with
everyone you know hates you.
Or arm themselves.
Jesus.
Which is something we saw quite often at UCLA.
They hide their faces so they won't get prosecuted, yet they call the officers for
hello.
to avoid getting
mic check.
Yo. Yeah, of course.
As well.
Yo.
And in that situation, what we saw was
well, they're the ones that are committing the crimes.
Stood around and stood around
Yo.
and stood around until they made the decision.
Hello.
Taking this anymore. And they, when we've seen in the past, when law enforcement has time to
hello. Mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yo.
Really want to do something, they usually can make it happen. And right now, they are allowing this to happen. They're allowing a lot of these folks to say what they're going to say and try to do this as peacefully as possible, even though I'm sure many of them are annoyed that people are screaming at them in their faces. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, I would be annoyed too.
Yeah, right now, the crowd is...
Hello. Yo. Mic check.
Police are rushing up over there. They're coming up where we are. Look, here we go. I'll see. We're going to get up here. Police are coming up where we are at the...
Yeah, true.
We just lost Matthew's signal as things get a little hairy there.
Yeah, look at everybody.
Here, this is the area in front of the federal building.
Yeah,
Police
they're getting pushed back.
Hello. Mic check. Yo. Yo, what's going on?
They're out.
Where the National Guard has been staging.
Christina Gonzalez, what's happening where you are?
All right, so what's happening is that I am on the ground level. You see Matt, he's right above us. I'm right at the ground level. People from this area are actually going to the other end where we were at to bring that crowd over here. They're asking them to come here to take over the school.
Mic check.
Having confirmation bias.
Test.
When Trump does countless things illegally.
They definitely want to make a stand, as it were.
Okay, so you.
Hello. Mic check.
That's not what confirmation bias is.
They're getting ready.
You're
for
bringing up something different.
That is going to happen on the ground here. What the officers
hello. Mic check.
to do is to get this crowd to back off.
Yo.
It has an effect. Some people do move back. Others do not.
Yeah, there's not.
Hello.
For them to
Mic check. Test.
That's why it's important to have a lot of people.
Police department is on tactical alert.
Oh, here we go.
All right, Christina, thank you. We now take you to a live press conference with the LAPD chief, Jim McDonald.
Communities and respond effectively to any unrest or unlawful activity. Let me explain for the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department firm-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed.
Are those the Marine? No, those aren't. Oh, there's the sheriff.
Officers assigned to the field remain
Hello,
in their
hello.
areas
Mic
unless
check.
they're reassigned.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Activities are narrowed to
Yo.
police work of
Yo,
significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations.
Where are you going
Emergency
with the
Operations
fucking
Division,
cone?
Hello.
seamless
Yo.
communication and
Mic check.
Cone?
In response to current events, we've also implemented
What the fuck?
Partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel,
Hello.
and alerted
Mic
off-duty
check.
officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies
Yeah, I'm going there now to put him
already
away.
on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts.
Well, that's good.
We're also aware of reports that the president intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident.
That's true,
well,
yeah.
I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation
for sure,
continues.
guys.
There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen as professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Bass de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
All right, so there you have the mayor standing by as the police chief just spoke. They're talking about that tactical alert, which we told you about earlier, which means
isn't the mayor supposed to say something? I mean, I would assume that she is.
What you're seeing right there in downtown LA. He also talked about the Marines being sent to Southern California.
How about
and
that?
the lack of coordination with that. And what really stands out to me, Alex, too, we talked about the LAPD has decades of experience in dealing with situations like this. Now, some around the nation or President Trump may say, well, we've seen what happens in LA when there is unrest.
Yeah, look at this picture.
I didn't know that.
Right? I mean, that's the thing, and that's Bass's point that she's been making. Okay, the way that you can make the point to the president that you don't need the Marines and don't need the National Guard
stop burning shit down.
Not have a bunch of people out there throwing rocks and glass and
it doesn't make you look very good.
Shields and putting face masks and all the rest of it. Because this situation in this particular area right now is not entirely under control.
But we know there's an element of that who don't care. They don't care.
Right. They don't care. And so then the question is,
arrest them.
He said people are going to be arrested eventually, but should some of those people be arrested now?
Yes.
I think that his point is
fucking obviously.
Members of the LAPD know the streets of LA.
Right.
They know the communities. They've covered riots. I mean, I've covered 2 riots myself in my decades being here in Los Angeles. So they do maybe the best that they can with the knowledge of knowing the city compared to Marines who
have never been here
they may be from Kentucky.
Never been here before and have no experience doing this sort of thing.
Well, they
and
should have
that's
controlled
not why
the
most people
situation
sign up
better.
to be a Marine is to do that kind of work either. And we've never seen something like that. But it is my point is that just
if you let people sign up to be deputized to deal with this, that website would crash because there would be so many people signing up. Like, you would have over 1 million signups in like an hour.
Control.
Right, and some of them say, thank you, President Trump, for restoring law and order, when LA's, they would say Democratic politicians are not able to do that.
And they see a lawlessness that they feel is allowed to perhaps just go.
Oh, it is allowed.
And fester.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's
Based
and this
reporter.
isn't the first day, this is the fourth day of this sort of situation. But you see, this is the National Guard that was called in, and many of them sort of, we have not seen damage to the federal building, but they're not actively engaging with the folks there either.
There's quite a presence there at the front of the federal building. You have the National Guard and Homeland Security in the darker uniforms there, and they've been out there all day with that presence that was quite significant, with a lot of LAPD to the backside of that. Now they've moved in and cleared the crowd down away from the front of it. So it was an intimidating presence, you have to admit, in front of the federal building.
Yeah, it's
right.
You don't see anybody getting in there. That's not supposed to.
See, that's what I said earlier.
That the question is, will that
you want to solve this problem?
Let's listen back to the chief.
You get a lot of people over there doing that. It's solved.
Joined by Commander Ryan Whiteman,
stops happening.
Who usually works Operation South Bureau, but during this incident is the day watch incident commander. So I'll take any questions you have. If they're detailed questions,
let's get it.
Commander Whiteman would probably be better able to answer those.
More to the questions.
How does the mobilization that might be coming affect what you guys are trying to do on the ground? What is your biggest concern with that?
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We had declared that earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal mobilization? I mean, the National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way?
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see two parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff, who brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that, needed additional help, would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor. So that's one line. The other part then is the National Guard were federalized by the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites, though? Do you feel that makes it any different on the street?
Yeah, he said they were overrun yesterday. He did.
Emotional topic, absolutely. Could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety.
She's shaking her head.
To be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Maybe not a big fan, right?
We'll take two more questions, and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
I'll be back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially? Because
get out of the way.
Everyone that's being hit and is being attacked, including press. I don't know, like it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at. Can you explain how you...
Doesn't make any sense why they're throwing bricks either.
Yeah, we minimize it through training, through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition.
Christ.
That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that. We're very concerned about that. And we're
the person who did that should get fired.
We're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Stop throwing bricks? Yeah.
All of the streets surrounding the federal building complex, Los Angeles, Temple, Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from it. I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by by clearing out those streets.
That's pretty obvious what he's trying to do. Yeah,
we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later. And after having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch. But we're out there, and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics that would minimize that even further.
Yeah. How many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know there.
Oh, that's a good question.
Weather Division has put out that there's looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? No. Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the federal building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know about that at all.
Headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Yeah, shit got fucked up.
Any talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention about if things had continued.
They should do that.
Yeah, I know. We're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly hold that off and not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right. We'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Is she going to say anything? Oh, here we go. All right, she can explain it.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Huerta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU, USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that ended up at the Federal Building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the Federal Building now, but that there's no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark.
I mean, it wasn't that
as
bad.
to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city.
That's
but we're still compiling that information. As you know,
Holy
ICE does
shit.
not tell anybody where they're going to go or when
What are they
they're going
doing?
to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband.
Yeah.
She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse.
Well, why'd they
She's
get
not
detained?
been able to locate him or to communicate with him. And for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around
wonder how much the riots have to do with
trying
that.
to find her husband, not knowing if he's here. Has he been taken to another city? Has he been deported out of the country?
Yeah, what about all the
There was another
riots?
statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point, she actually saw him moving into a detention facility. But since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared. She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago.
Yeah, they're just going to arrest your kids, for sure.
That was going around.
Fuck around and find out. Yeah, that's the point.
Something that is so over the top.
Okay.
Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal and you were trying to maintain your legal status. So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet,
because everybody was maintaining their appointments before this,
and then subject to arrest.
Yeah, they were all maintaining them beforehand.
This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now, and I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday.
What?
Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember at the beginning
about the fact that they're here illegally?
We were told that raids would be to look for violent
She's outright
criminals,
lying. She is.
people who had warrants. But I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living.
It shouldn't
At
matter.
Home Depot, you have day laborer centers, so that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be, so that it doesn't interfere.
All right.
These are not
Back
the people
to
that
it.
we were told
Let's see.
were going to be detained, and it makes me feel like
it was.
that moves in
Wait,
and takes
yeah, it
the
absolutely
authority
was.
away from the state or away from local government. I don't
Trump said
think
this the whole time.
that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents. I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city as a migrant invasion, and that we need to put an
Hello, 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 hello.
secretaries of the administration to go after our city because we want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles
Hello, 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 hello,
This is a
hello.
despicable description
Hello,
of our city.
hello, hello,
needs to come
hello.
together now and not accept
Mic check.
this, not allow
Yo.
us to be divided.
That's about right.
We are a city of immigrants, and we have always embraced that. And if you want to hit our economy, you hit our economy, you scare people from going to work, because you know there are sectors of our economy in this city where immigrant labor is the majority of the
Hello,
workforce.
hello, 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 hello. Mic
Mayor
check.
Karen Bass and the chief of police of the
They're
LAPD as
just
we
cutting her
continue to
off.
watch protests in downtown LA.
About
That, we're going to say goodbye to our viewers on Channel 13. Our coverage continues.
Yo,
Oh my
microphone
God.
testing. 1, 2, 3.
So she's just crashing out about this. Let me go to the next one. See if there's any more of this here.
Yep, we're good.
So, it's funny seeing her defend this. I know, it's hilarious, isn't it?
Hello, hello.
Illegal workers, yeah. So she's basically admitting that, like, the majority
Hello,
of
hello,
their, and
mic
this is
check.
the problem. It's again, do you see how they intentionally never try to draw a distinction between legal and illegal immigrants? Like you're like, this is such a huge problem. It's bad. It's really bad. Yeah, what economy? The state's a shithole. Well, California makes a lot of money, right? They definitely do.
Hello, hello,
But it's
hello.
primarily, my
Mic
understanding
check.
is primarily through tech. And it's also the biggest state, so it makes sense. When Trump said right now we're going after the dangerous illegal, the left thought it meant that way permanently. Well, in my opinion, this was always the goal, right? Is that, I mean, they always said that they were going to go after everybody who was here illegally. And this is also
Hello,
what the
hello.
majority of people
Mic
support,
check.
too.
Hello.
It's not happening, but when you find out it is, it's actually a good thing that all of our farmers are
Hello,
underpaid.
hello.
Well, the slavery part 2, right? They arrested murderers and rapists. Look it up. Well, it shouldn't matter. I mean, if they're illegal, they should be arrested based
Yo,
off
yo,
of that.
yo. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check.
Like, I have empathy for families not being able to locate a family member and whatnot, but you run the risk of that being a reality coming here illegally.
Hello, hello.
I think that's the issue, is that, I mean, there are consequences for certain behavior and consequences for certain actions. And if you're coming to a country illegally, like, I like, what other country tolerates this kind of behavior? Like, do you think this would happen in China? Would this happen in Russia? Would it happen in Japan? Would it happen in Korea? Would it happen anywhere? Like,
Hello, hello. Mic check.
Like these backwards, dumb fuck, like white guilt Western countries that feel like any sort of enforcement of immigration is racist. That's the reason why it happens.
Hello, hello.
Because, like, no other country puts up with this bullshit except for us. And a few other retard countries in Europe. Other than that, absolutely not. Yeah, the Karen countries, basically, yeah. No one's worried about how where her illegal husband is. Does that mean that she was there?
Hello, hello, hello,
If so,
hello,
she should
hello,
self-deport?
hello,
Yeah,
hello,
exactly.
hello, 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 hello.
Saudi Arabia literally defends their borders with M60s, and they've gunned down crowds trying to cross there illegally. Well, I don't want to gun people down, but I want to arrest them and send them back.
Don't let them fucking take you!
Mic check.
Uh-oh.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's those same 3 girls.
Yo, yo, yo.
The mayor thinks every brown person is illegal. What stopped deported people coming up next year? Well, you get it, like, so, like, have you ever had a problem with, like, your cat, that, like, you take the cat out of the room and then the cat goes back in the room? Well, what do you do whenever you take the cat out of the room? You don't want the cat to come back in the room. Well, you shut the door.
All the time, brother.
Shut the door, you make
All
it so
the
they can't come
time.
back through over the border. Problem solved. And that's what they did, by the way. California's facing financial challenges. Why? I don't know if they are or not. I have no idea.
Hello, 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 hello. You.
When I was a
Mic
kid, I
check.
used to love watching riot music videos. Now I root for the police dishing some justice. Well, it's because it's a different kind of riot. I mean, like, the problem is that this cause just isn't a sympathetic cause for a lot of Americans. Like, you have people that are illegally in the country. They've been illegally in the country for years, and they didn't do anything about it. Yeah, I think people are fucking tired of it. There's a degree of fatigue that people have, and it's like, why is it that these people are like expecting to just stay in the country as if they're owed the ability to stay in the country? It's almost like if you steal something 20 years ago or something like that, it's not theft after a certain point. No. If you commit a crime and you're doing something wrong and you've gotten away with it, like, for example, like, let me think of a good way to say this. If you go to the gas station and you steal a granola bar every single day, after 20 years, if you get arrested, the argument can't be, I've been stealing granola bars for 20 years. I don't think this is fair. I've been doing
Mic
this
check,
forever.
mic check, mic check.
What's going on? YouTube chat? I don't know what that is, but it's always crazy people on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Deport them all? Yeah. Do you actually think this is the popular opinion? Yes, it is. By every polling, it is the official popular opinion. And you can see this anywhere on... Like, the reason why you see Reddit that's so supportive of of this is because Reddit just deletes people that disagree.
Hello,
If you
hello.
look at, for example,
Mic check.
what do you call it? If you look at Twitter, I think Twitter overwhelmingly agrees with, like, my perspective on this too. You know, obviously, like, it depends on a lot of things.
Hello, 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 hello,
I think
hello,
that you see a
hello.
lot of people that are
Yo.
about this, handing out American flags. Yeah, see, they know it looks bad. Even CNN agrees with you. You on Twitter agrees with you. Wow. Well, so does YouTube. And so, like,
Hello?
and also Elon's Twitter is still a free platform, right? I mean, Hassan is on Elon's Twitter, and he's posting on
Hello,
there all
hello.
day.
Mic check.
So,
Yo.
Twitter is a free platform where people can have opinions. And so you have YouTube as well. If you look at the YouTube opinions on this.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Yo. Mic test.
It's overwhelmingly negative of the immigrants.
Yo, yo, yo.
Or the illegal aliens, I mean. See, they've even got me doing it because they use that language all the time. Not everyone agrees with you. They agree partially to say that some people should be deported.
Hello,
No,
hello.
See, that's where you're wrong. There's a lot of people
Yo.
that have that
Mic
impression,
check.
but that's actually not true. If you take a look at it and you look, CNN actually did a thing on this today. 54% of people approve of Trump's program to do this.
Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo.
What's going on? There's nothing going on. Police are moving in. Uh-oh. So 46% don't agree? Yeah, but it's still the majority.
Hello, hello.
I mean, so far, this is relatively peaceful.
Hello, hello. Mic
Except for, of
check.
course, the fireworks.
Yo. 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 Mic check. Test, 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 test.
Yep.
Yo. Hello, hello.
Not just a CNN poll, the number I saw was 66%. Yeah, I think it's a huge amount.
Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo.
Almost certainly those are flashbanged by cops.
Testing.
Yeah, you could be
Test,
right.
test, test, test. Yo. Mic check.
Almost crazy. It's almost 50-50 deporting illegals.
That
especially
sounds
the
good.
Criminal ones.
I like that.
I can understand why
Mic
somebody
check.
wouldn't really care a whole lot about like illegal aliens that aren't doing anything wrong. But like I can understand where somebody's coming from. Like I disagree with that. I don't.
Hello,
think that's a good
hello.
idea, but like I can see that mindset. But whenever you talk about like especially the criminal ones, there's like such a huge majority. It's insane.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Yo, what's going on?
70% of people also disagreed with MLK's civil rights movement. Walk at a time. Approval meetings mean nothing. Well, they do in a democracy. I think to say that they don't mean anything is crazy. Yeah, if the majority of people think something, MLK was peaceful, yeah, it was. What's this guy doing on a motorcycle? Got I roached out of California and left a couple weeks ago.
Trying to cause some shit? What else could he be doing on a motorcycle?
Do you think Democrats are trying to create another BLM type riot? Yeah, they are. I think that's what's happening. Yep. Jesus Christ.
You're a fucking criminal. Jesus, that bitch is crazy.
The conehead, bro. The fucking conehead. Oh my god. Yeah, they're getting pushed out.
Hello.
Bro, I want to sleep. Is this shit going anywhere?
Hello, hello. Yo.
Just a little bit. Because I do think that, like, I don't really see this going anywhere right now. Like, I don't think anything else is really going to happen. Like whenever
Yo.
it's nighttime,
Hello.
I see like a huge amount of people that are gonna like go
We
crazy.
need the
or
fucking
do anything
limiter.
nuts.
Fuck the limiter.
Like, I mean, maybe it's gonna happen, but like, I just find it to be unlikely. Yeah, I mean, you can see, like, I mean, you just look, look how many police there are. I mean, this is an overwhelming force. They can't do anything. Yeah, they're cooked, man. Surely they'll be arrested for obstructing traffic. There's two groups of people in the country that are causing all of our problems. Ironically, neither of them are illegal aliens. Uh-oh, what happened? What's this? Is this more peaceful than last time? Yeah, I think it's a lot more peaceful. This isn't really that bad at all. They're so misogynistic. Why do you always say Karens? Just because they're women doesn't make them Karens? We just saw a Karen. That was a Karen. Everybody knows it. Yep, everybody knows it was a Karen. It looks like a lot of this is, oh, here she's talking again.
Just a reminder through Jen, Chief McDonald will be available for
Is that it?
All right, Andrew Kraft here now. We've been watching some of these Los Angeles officials, including Chief McDonald.
That's a literal Karen.
And then Mayor Karen Bass saying she'll be back in the same place tomorrow.
Sure.
With yet another update. This is now night 4 of these anti-ICE demonstrations, and here on Live Now, we're going to continue with this story. We know a lot of you are interested in this story, including relying on our friends there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Just want to recap, though, what Mayor Bass said. She even read out a post that President Trump made on
Hello, Mike check. Yo, what's going on?
In opposition to the president's characterization of the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Mayor Bass says that nothing warranted the initial immigration raids that took place on Friday.
Nothing at all,
that
guys.
was the initial predicate for why we are covering this story right now. Demonstrations really broke out on Friday afternoon, especially in the wake of the arrest and the detention of one of Los Angeles's major labor rights organizers, the SEIU president of the state of California, David Huerta. He was released today from custody on a $50,000 bond.
Wow.
Hello. Mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3.
She says stop
I could see that.
the raids. She says Los Angeles should not be a part of this federal experiment that they did not ask to be a part of here. So what we want to do right now,
It's an
6:15
experiment
here
to
on
follow
West
the law?
Coast. Let's take a commercial break. Let's reset.
Jesus
let's catch
Christ.
our breaths, and then right back out to Fox 11. We'll see you in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, I do think that right now, I mean, things are like, I mean, this is basically pretty much resolved. Like, I'm not seeing this go anywhere. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm really not. Like, I don't think there's going to be any kind of crazy shit that's going to happen. I feel like they have so many officers there now that, and they have like 4,000 people of the National Guard. I mean, this is basically pretty much over. Like, it's over. Yeah, I feel like this is pretty much done. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a little bit more, like, trouble that's happening, but that's about it, at least probably for today. And why are the military and 2,000 National Guard being sent in? Well, to secure this for the future, right? Like, for tomorrow and the day after, because when the ICE raids continue tomorrow and people start causing problems, that's whenever you need the National Guard there. That's the whole point. So yeah, protect ICE enforcement. Exactly. Yeah, it's because LA can't control crime. LA can absolutely control crime. LA is choosing not to control crime. That's what they're doing. Yeah, of course they can do that. Of course they can handle it. Resolving is something happening. Why does everybody only want to watch the violence? Yeah, I hope that's what happens. And since marijuana is federally illegal, all the states not arresting potheads are breaking the law that should be prosecuted. Well, I think that they should just make marijuana legal, if you want me to be honest, right? But, like, yeah, obviously, like, holding that much weed, yeah, I mean, that's clearly how it works. Yeah, if you get caught federally with weed, you get in trouble. Like, that's what happens. Don't do it, you know? Like, it's pretty fucking simple, right? I mean, I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's stupid? Sure. Did you see all the pirate drama? Don't tell me there's more new pirate drama. Oh, God. Is there new stuff? Let me see. I don't want to look at this. If you want me to be honest, I don't want to look at this. I don't want to give this any attention or anything like that. Like, yeah, these are allegations, etc.
What do you ever do to you?
Covering allegations for that reason. I know, obviously, a lot of people want me to cover allegations and talk about that and, like, look at it, but I find it to be kind of inappropriate. That's why I don't do it for Destiny.
Check. What's going on?
I used to cover allegations for everybody, but I don't do it anymore, and I try to wait for a little bit more information and at least let the people, like, kind of get their thoughts out, right?
Like, check.
It's respectful to stay out of it. Yeah, Destiny still does. Well, Destiny, I mean, again, like, I have a feeling he's probably going to have a different outlook on it now that, now that he's been in the thick of it himself personally. Calling people aliens is just a way of dehumanizing them so you feel justified in brutalizing them. It's textbook fascist tactic. Just come to the country legally and you wouldn't have a problem. Like, it's really simple. Like, that's the law everywhere. Like, if you go to any country and you just go in there and you don't give a fuck, that's going to be your problem. Right, Fetterman tweet. Let me see if there's anything here. John Fetterman, what did he say? Looks like nothing.
Like, check.
Yeah, there's pretty much nothing that he put out there at all. I mean, the last tweet he made was like fucking, like, yeah, there's nothing there. And bailed. Well, I didn't see it at all. But yeah, there's nothing else. His other account. He has other account.
Hello. Mic check.
Oh, this one, Senator. Oh, this one here. Okay, I got it. I unapologetically stand for free speech, peaceful demonstration, and immigration, but this is not that. This is anarchy and true chaos. My party loses the moral high ground when we refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law enforcement. Fucking based. Absolutely. Fucking unequivocally 100% based. I love this guy. I think he's great. I don't agree with everything, but he's at least relatively principled. They cannot defend that. You can't at all, and it sucks. It really sucks that this guy's in that position. And, yeah, I totally fucking agree with this. It's great to see this.
Hello.
And,
check.
Yeah,
Yo.
He keeps getting better. Yeah, I think so. And isn't it crazy how this guy had a stroke and somehow it made him smarter than the Democrats? I don't know how that happens, but somehow it did.
Yes, Maja.
Max cover? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could see the, like, viewer discretion advised in the corner.
What
like
the hell?
And go try and visit Saudi Arabia without signing a 28-page entry thing.
You're
contract,
gonna be okay?
if you don't break their laws, you can be detained indefinitely or killed for breaking their laws. Yeah, well, that's the way that that's the way it works around the world, right? I mean, like, you don't just go to other countries and disrespect them. Let me see here. Is there somebody who's unhappy? So this is just another This is the mind. How much Republican dick do you suck? You realize that this guy's a Democrat. So if you read this here, well, actually, it doesn't say it here. This is a Democratic senator. So you're thinking about somebody else. Do you suck Israel's cock? Why would I suck somebody's? What are you talking about? Why would I? No. What is this? What's going on? Do you see the Hassan prisoner arc yet? No, I haven't seen that. I mean, like, I think there's a chance that Hassan could get arrested, but I find it to be unlikely that it'll happen. But of course, it's possible. I mean, definitely, it's possible. So yeah, let's see here. Right, the right-wing dick all day, man. Well, I mean, I agree with this cause, don't I? I mean, is this is that a problem? As we know, what is this here? Yeah, like I'm confused by like what your thinking is on this. You hear about the illegal alien that killed a girl in the Air Force in the Grapevine, Texas? No, I didn't see that at all. I have no idea. No argument calling others dick riders. Why are so many people mad? Yeah, this isn't really a right-wing perspective of mine. And Lamau, yeah, of course it's Lamau because you don't know what you're talking about. The thing is that it's not a right-wing perspective. If you go back to 2005, you're going to see all Democrats saying the exact same thing that I said. The thing that I'm saying right now, Democrats were spamming saying that constantly in the 2000s. So the entire premise of this is outrageous, and it's so dishonest. The Overton window shifted? Well, it's shifting back. And people complaining about dehumanizing rhetoric constantly put people in the box of left-wing or right-wing. Yeah, they call everybody far right, but I'm clearly the person who's dehumanizing. Let me see the rest of this here. And majority of the problems we have are now neutral takes. Yeah, and I think in a lot of cases, I think in a lot of cases that's how it is. I'll go back and see if we can find the rest of these. Zach, you say you're a socialist, but I bet you'd find yourself fitting in with MAGA ideology if you spent time fleshing out your worldview. Fleshing out your worldview, that sounds like you're just trying to, it's like a kind of backhanded insult. But either way, so the guy, let me just move on past that, right? Let's move on past that. The guy that did the LA scanner account, the guy that, got, doxxed and everything, it looks like a federal judge has issued an arrest warrant for the person who ran the account, doxing the ICE agents. Thank fucking God. Crucify them. Yes, that's what you need to do. He got fucked? Yes. That is the way you solve the problem. Because as soon as you arrest one of them, then you have the precedent to arrest all the rest of them. And that's what I'm hoping is going to happen. And yeah, that's at least that's the best case scenario. Everyone against them is a literal Nazi, but it's us for dehumanizing. Yes, of course. ICE is being called Gestapo. And yeah, it's insane. And I feel like in general he doxed himself. Well, people found his address and his family's address and everything like that. And by the way, that's what's going to happen to ICE agents, and that's why they cover their faces. And again, that's the reason why. And yeah, anyone center left is going to be labeled as a closet MAGA? Yeah, I think so. Is there any confirmation of this? Not yet. I have no idea yet. He made an apology and deleted his account. Well, I'm sure the apology will not really help a lot in court. And per who? I don't see this anywhere. Yeah, I hope this does happen. And again, I think a guy like this should get in trouble. But let's see here. Is a convicted felon and not legally allowed to use a police scanner? Ooh. Ooh, not good at all. The false equivalence to ICE and Gestapo is kind of offensive. Well, this is, again, people always want to have the moral high ground. Well, I guess, oh yeah, Hassan did say one other thing. Let me look at this, and then I'm going to probably do a couple other things, and then we're going to do the unboxing. Yeah, this is it. So Hassan says I should be the one getting in trouble. Let's listen to this.
By the way, to understand how far right we have gotten, for the record, back in the day when Sex Pestany said, I don't care, white supremacists need to fucking mow down these like stupid Black Lives Matter protesters, he got fucking banned. He got de-verified. Asmongold can now be the largest content creator on the fucking platform.
Thank you.
And be like, yeah, they deserve it. To be fair, he's talking about the cops in this circumstance. We understand them as white supremacist force.
Right. It's the police officers that are the white supremacists. Definitely.
But, you know, and not like the non-state actors taking matters in their own hands.
Yes. So,
but even then,
what is the
problem?
results
are the same. He will get no punishments for this. As a matter of fact, I'll probably get fucking banned before he does.
And nobody has anything happen. Yeah, big surprise. Yes, it's a little bit different whenever you're advocating. So this is it's hard for Hassan to understand, and I get it. I understand. Let's go ahead and break it down. So for Hassan, it's bad when police officers defend themselves from the use of deadly force against them, such as throwing bricks at them. But it's okay when the Houthis take hostages and then hold them for the better part of a year. That's right, guys. That's how it works. For sure. Yeah, the guy that threw Molotov cocktails at police horses? Yeah. And so basically, like, this is... And I will reiterate my take, because I'll make myself perfectly clear. I think that anybody who engages in any form of, like, escalation that could be deadly, like trying to throw Molotov cocktails, trying to throw bricks, throwing rocks, if something could kill a police officer, I think a police officer has every right to respond with deadly force. And the reason why is because I think every citizen has the right to respond with deadly force. And I don't think police officers should uniquely be punching bags. It's just it, right? I mean, it's just very, very simple logic. And so this is obviously much different than advocating for a terrorist organization to target civilians and citizens that are doing nothing wrong. Like, there's never any consequences for these people, and so I'm really glad to see this happen, this guy trying to run away. Again, literally zero sympathy for these kinds of people. He's trying to run away from the police, etc. The reason why these...
The people that are... No, you're right.
Oh, here we go. Bats? Well, there are people... The reason why these people are doing it, I'm off. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, no, you're right. The psychopath is certainly the people that are protesting ICE kidnapping.
Yeah, the psychopath is the person who's throwing bricks at police officers and trying to light the horse on fire. Yeah. That's correct. Pretty simple. I don't know. It's pretty objective. Yeah, I mean, it's really not that simple.
Kidnapping other people.
It's not that complicated,
okay?
I mean to say.
Kidnapping their neighbors, kidnapping their community members.
The kidnapping. This is not kidnapping. They're getting arrested. They're getting detained for being illegal aliens and being in the country whenever they shouldn't be in the country. They're not being kidnapped. That's not what's happening.
Members, and not the fucking Rat King who is covered in his own fucking filth and rot, sitting in the comfort of his fucking home, going, yeah, it's perfectly fine to trample over a taxpayer with horses. Yeah, it's based.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't want them to trample over the guy, but whenever you escalate physical tensions with a person, you can't expect that these types of things are going to be perfect and clean. This person created this problem by lighting things on fire and trying to hurt a police officer. If after, and this is the distortion of ethics and morality that people like this have, that's been weaponized in such a deliberate and disingenuous way. This is a person who tried to light a man and a horse on fire. And this is, again, this is a police officer, but it's also a human being. This person is getting lit on fire. They're trying to light this person on fire. And somehow the innocence, or like, let me think of a good way to say this. Somehow the empathy is attached to the person who's trying to set police officers and horses on fire, not getting trampled by the horses as they're trying desperately to arrest this person in the middle of a riot.
Always something new. Always something new.
It's the total inversion of empathy and morality. This is a person who's like, yeah, they're
whatever.
It's not a riot. It was yesterday. It was unequivocally a riot. If you think that it wasn't a riot yesterday, you're an idiot. Yeah, I mean, they're literally just setting random cars on fire. You did not start the fire. Keep watching video.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, 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 hello,
I'm really
hello,
glad.
hello, 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 hello.
Disgusting.
Hello, hello, hello.
I agree. And the thing is that I hope that they can bring in the National Guard and potentially the military
Hello,
also
hello,
to
hello, hello.
basically keep everybody
Mic
safe,
check.
including Hassan. Hassan is risking himself going out there and doing that, and it's important to make sure that the military are out there so nothing bad happens to anybody, including him. And
Hello,
so that's
hello.
really important.
Mic check.
And so, like, yeah,
Yo.
I see this happen as a tweet for 700. Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, yeah, guys, you ignore the car on fire, the vandalism, etc.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Mic check.
And so I see this happen all the time. And, yeah, no,
Hello,
I totally
hello.
support
Mic
the
check.
police. I support the police responding to deadly force with deadly force. And I think that all of the people that are involved in these different riots that are disguised as protests, where they're illegally blocking traffic, they are vandalizing property, they are assaulting police officers, they are doing all kinds of other crazy shit. I feel like those are the main three. Those are the people that I think should be arrested. Actively obstructing justice. Yeah, I support all of them getting arrested. Absolutely. What's deadly force? Throwing a brick.
Hello, hello. Mic check.
I view
Yo.
throwing a brick at a person as deadly force. Yeah, it's that simple. His point is the guy is responding to ICE action
Hello,
on his
hello.
community.
Mic check. Yo.
Well, he's responding to ICE action? Well, yeah. That's because ICE is legally that's their job. That's the federal law. Just because you
Hello,
disagree
hello.
with the federal law
Mic
doesn't
check.
mean that you get to light police horses on fire. Why would you think that? So you're going to
Hello,
light somebody
hello.
on fire because you disagree with the law? And this is somehow a justification? That's crazy.
Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo.
No riot officer has ever been killed by a thrown brick? Good, let's keep it that way. Yeah, that's the way I see it.
Hello, hello. Mic check.
How do so many
Yo.
people not grasp what law is? Well, they do grasp it. They would understand it instantaneously. The reason why they're not understanding it is because they don't want to. They don't want to understand it because
Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo.
What do you call it? Because it's not beneficial for them. That's it. If they're not supposed to be there, and what's the problem? Yeah, exactly. A brick to the head could certainly kill someone. How do so many people not understand how deadly so many objects are?
Hello, hello. Mic check.
So obey the
Yo.
law. When Hitler said
Hello, hello.
kill all the Jews, you'd obey your master.
Hello, hello.
You're comparing this to Hitler.
Hello, hello.
And this is the mindset that these people have, right?
Hello, hello.
I just want to
Mic
read some of the
check.
comments here.
Yo.
Your keyboard warrior Trump's out there fighting in the streets. Yeah, I mean, I disagree with the fight. I mean, why would I...
Hello, hello.
Why would I go out there and support something and go protest for something that I don't even agree with?
Hello,
Why would
hello.
I do that? And also,
Hello,
it's just
hello.
the fucking bricks. They have bulletproof glass windows. So do you think it would be okay to shoot a gun at them? Because the glass is bulletproof?
Hello,
Do you think it
hello.
would be okay to
Mic
shoot a
check.
gun at
Yo.
these officers since the glass is bulletproof? You said you obey the law. Hitler's also doing the law in Germany. I think that there's a certain amount
Hello,
of
hello.
like, moral
Mic check.
decision making
Yo.
with the law too. But I agree with this morality of the law. Like I don't want to confuse you. Like no, I agree with this. I think
Hello,
that people in
hello.
the country illegally should get deported.
Hello, hello.
Like
Hello,
full
hello.
stop. Obviously, I think that it's more efficient to focus on criminals first, definitely. But I think that they all should get deported. Like this is my personal viewpoint. Like the law is also this thing.
Hello, hello.
But
Mic
I also
check.
think this too.
Yo.
So they are safe. So this is a person. Now we have a person
Hello,
here
hello,
who
hello, hello.
has now justified shooting at the police with guns because they have
Hello,
bulletproof
hello.
glass. This is I don't know where these people come from.
Hello, hello, hello,
I
hello.
don't get it.
Mic check.
It's embarrassing. It's like, I'm right. I don't need to explain myself. What do you think the left will say if a protester gets killed by police or National Guard? Well, they're going to say that they're going to say they're victims, right? Obviously. Just look at the polls. Deporting everyone is the majority of the American people right now.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Why it takes so long for them to bring up National Guard? Yeah, I think so too. It's saying how extreme the left has become. It's totally gone off the deep end. Well, the reason why they've gone off the deep end and the reason why this stuff has happened is because
mic check.
FBI agents, FBI politicians must call off the rioting mob. This is definitely true. I mean, yeah, there it is. Fuck your protests, support your foreign flags, ICE raids, yeah. Fuck your protests and your foreign flags. No, you're going to see a bunch of this stuff happening too. Withstand by the FBI agents tracking down violent criminals by the guardsmen. Well, what about the people that are there participating in it and you can see them like just like in plain sight? I feel like that's it. They come from that Denims girl. She compares legal immigrants to World War II also.
Mic check.
Well, the problem is that
Yo.
like it doesn't even make sense, right? Because the Jewish people in Germany weren't illegal aliens; they were citizens there.
Hello. Mic check.
Like
testing,
it's like,
1, 2, 3.
Like, even like that comparison doesn't even work in the first place. So it's very weird to see that happen. Stop using a Mexican flag? Yeah, I think so. I got shit on for in chat for saying that.
Hello.
The reason why people shit on that is because, like, again, there's no place where this kind of thinking.
Mic check.
Like, can be like. There's no place where this thinking survives where it can be challenged. It's been nonstop online censorship by echo chambers and liberals for the last 15 years. That's what made them so extreme. The worldview never changed. Well, I do think that like people have become way more extreme and way more radical. But I think that's really something that's going to continue happening over time. Yeah, and I do think that's in general what's happening. They compare everything to Nazis because the worst thing they can think of and making their opposition as bad as possible to not to convince themselves, but everyone else there. Yeah, it's a moral argument, basically. Should not be entertaining World War II comparisons. Yeah, it's ridiculous. These people are with low info and high emotion. There's a lot of people like that. Can you think of any argument that will bring reasonable people back from the extreme amounts of insane amounts of extremism? Yeah, I think so. I think that there's a lot of ways that you can bring people back. Yeah, I definitely think that you can.
Mic check.
But it takes time, and there also has to be accountability for the people that are perpetrating the bad actions. And I think that's really the main issue, and that's the main problem of what isn't happening right now. Is that you have a lot of these people who are bad actors, and they end up not having anything happen to them. And this emboldens them and makes them feel more confident to do even more bad things because they're getting away with it. And so you have somebody who's doing bad stuff and they're getting away with it. And then, obviously, they're going to keep doing more bad stuff because they keep getting away with it. Until these people start getting arrested and put in jail, then it's going to continue. Well, it feels like an outside influence destroying the country from within. Doing an Alex Jones, Sandy Hook, any different? Well, I mean, Alex Jones lost the court case over that, and it looked really bad for him. It was a huge L for Alex Jones, so I don't really think that's the argument that you think it is.
Hello. Mic check.
What's odd to me is you're promoting logical thinking and fairness. Yeah, I try to be as much as I can, right? Yeah, I try to be as logical as I can and as fair as I possibly can be. Do you think jail's a good solution, considering they consider radicalism and extremism to be the only solution to solve problems? Yeah, because if they're in jail, then they're not going to cause any problems. I mean, you put somebody in jail and then they stop causing problems. Pretty simple. It's like super easy. I think the echo chamber argument's fair. Look at Twitch's moderation squad. Yeah, I think so too.
Hello.
Your logic isn't enough. You have to agree with them or you're a Nazi. Yeah, I think there's a lot of cases. Pam Bondi announces the arrest of Cinderblock Bro. Yeah, I'll look at all that stuff. Obviously, like there's been, I know a lot of people are watching for like a bunch of different stuff, and like it's just been like this event. Like I didn't expect this event to be as big as it was, then to be going on as much as it is. So I'm not sure exactly like how long it's going to go for, etc.
Hello.
But I'm very
check.
glad to see. Obviously, like a lot of people are what do you call it? A lot of people aren't really putting up with this shit anymore and doing it. But we'll go back and we're gonna find it, and we're gonna find out and see what happens. But yeah, I'm probably gonna go and like do other stuff more tomorrow, but I'm not really sure. It depends on if anything happens. So, yeah, that's it. Didn't the people of January 6th incident get arrested and incarcerated for months and years? Yeah, I think so. And that's another really big thing. And postponing Switch 2 again. I guess, you know what? We're doing unboxing. Yeah, I think I told everybody that we would do it today, and we are going to do it today. Let's unbox it today, because I feel like if I don't, then it's another day where I don't unbox it. And then it's like, okay, well, now it's sitting in the fucking box for like 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Well, we might as well fucking do it, right? And so, yeah, let's unbox the Switch, and this is a Switch.
Hello.
And we're gonna do that. And,
hello.
Yeah, it's been 4
Mic
years.
check.
Yeah, I don't want it to be like you know, the thing. It's like the new Cyberpunk, right, or whatever. So yeah, give me 1 second, and I'm gonna do this because I missed out on it. The person that threw rocks at ice vehicles got identified. Yeah, I know that, and I'm very glad to see that. And hopefully, he goes to jail for a really long time. And I think that's just going to be better for everybody, right? Give me 1 second. Okay. Promises kept? Yes, promises actually kept. I didn't get around to playing Anvil Empires today, so we might as well do something, right? And so anyway, we have ourselves right here the Switch 2.
Hello.
So I got one of these a couple of days ago. And actually, it was a day or two ago. We're going to unbox it here. We're going to see what it is. Now, we are going to play... I don't know if we're going to play it tomorrow or the day after, but we will play the new Mario Kart at least a little bit, because I don't know what it's going to be like. I'll probably... I'll also say Mario Kart. That is the goal, is we're going to do Mario Kart then. It didn't run 30 FPS. Yes, do you have a Steam Deck? I do have a Steam Deck. So... Now I have a Switch 2 also. I have not played Breath of the Wild or any of those other games because I knew that one day they would make them 60 FPS. So I have been waiting for this for 7 years. 7 years I've been waiting for this. And I have Breath of the Wild, and we're going to play that and try it. Piranha's is way better. Yes, exactly. Okay, let's unbox it here. Let's see what we've got. The Brick 2.0. How's this open? Give me a minute. Let me figure it out. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. We're good. So we have... Ooh. Okay. Well, this is actually bigger than I thought it was going to be. Damn. I thought it was going to be smaller. Yeah, if I compare this to my phone... Actually, it's not that big of a difference.
Hello.
Yeah, now that I look at it...
Mic check.
Yeah, it's really not that much bigger, actually.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
I mean, there you go, right? And so let's take it out. We'll look at it right here. Okay, it's a huge difference. Is it really? I guess we'll find out, like, looking at it. So there it is. You guys can see it right there. Oh, let me put chat on the screen. Where are you guys? Oh, there it is. There's chat. And can move over. If I show kick chat, I get in trouble. So I'm not allowed to do that. And but yes, so we have our little thing here, our Switch, and there it is. And what else is this here? I guess these are the two two little things here that go on the side. There's the first one, and...
Hello.
Let's see if I can do
Mic
this.
check.
Man. To be fair, I almost did. And, okay. Well, I couldn't. Good job. Close. I mean, to be fair, at least I have my hand on it, right? Okay, and it's got the same color. Like, one's blue, the other one's just like a pinkish color. And so we'll go ahead. Oh, it locks right in. Damn, it's stuck in there. How the fuck are you supposed to let it go? Okay, well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to leave it in there anyway. So we've got one side of it. And now we'll do it right with this one, okay? Using my dominant hand. Okay.
See, but like.
Okay, guys.
It doesn't make fucking
sense. So anyway,
sense.
it didn't really quite work. Nailed it. Yeah. Well, at least it didn't fall off. Okay. So yeah, now we have the other side, and where did it? Wait.
Hello.
So,
Okay.
Okay, so how does this? It says C.
Right.
Maybe it's this button here. That's not a button. Okay. So let me put this one on the right way, and then I'm gonna see how it locks in. Okay.
Hello, hello.
Okay. So.
Hello, hello.
Jeez. Okay, there's a button? Yeah, I'm oh, got it. I found it. There is a button. Okay.
Hello, hello.
I have purchased every single Nintendo console, and by I mean the first 3 or 4 of these were my parents, since the Super Nintendo. I have had every single Nintendo console. No. Is it? No, it can't be. It couldn't be upside down because then it would be backwards. No, okay, all right. Nice fucking try. Okay, so what's in... There's something in this. What's in this? This is a book? The fuck do you need a book for? Oh, no, there we go. There's this thing. I guess this is the HDMI cable. Let me go back and see this.
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Mic check.
Read the manual?
Yo.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm going to get this set up tonight so I can play it myself. And I won't play any of the Mario Kart or anything else. I'll probably go and buy it and make sure I have everything set up because this is the Mario Kart edition. And so we've got ourselves the HDMI cable also. And what else is in the box? I don't know what all this other stuff is. This is... this is the power adapter. Okay, pretty simple there. There we go. You guys
Hello,
ever seen one of these
hello,
before? It's
hello,
a USB-C,
hello,
I'm
hello.
pretty sure.
Yo!
And throw that away also. And this is the power cable. It connects... Oh, I guess there's probably an adapter. Yeah, I bet that's probably what's going on here. And then this is the... Oh, this is the controller. Okay, well, I'll just... Let me do this right now because I will always be using it. Like, I don't use a handheld device, really. It's just not really my thing. So let me just take these off. And I can put these on the controller here. And so we've got this here, and easy. Easy. That feels pretty good. Okay, there we go.
Hello,
and,
hello,
yeah, looks
hello.
good. And look at that. I didn't mess it up yet. And so, let's see what else the rest of this is. What else is this? I'm assuming this is the stand for it, right? Let's take a look. This is, in fact, the stand. There we go. And so, put that in the garbage. We're going to set this right inside
Hello.
I'm assuming inside of here.
Hello.
I feel like it kind of fit in there. I think, right?
Hello.
Is this it? Is it backwards again? I don't think so. No, that's the right way. Yeah, this is the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, I feel like it feels good. Yeah, this is. It bounces around a little bit, kind of weird there, but it's okay. And I guess we've got ourselves our brand new Switch 2, and we've got a ton of games that we can play on this. We've got all the games that came out before this came out, and then there's Mario Kart. So like 3. It's gonna be 3 games. Yeah, pretty great. And happy for you, my guy. Yeah, there we go.
Mic check. Yo.
And we have ourselves the Nintendo Switch right here, the Nintendo Switch 2. And as I said, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, GameCube, the Wii, the Wii U, the Switch, and now the Switch 2. 30 fucking years I've had Nintendo consoles.
Mic check.
And,
Yo.
Hopefully 30 more. So yeah, there we go. I'm gonna try and get this set up tonight, and I don't know if I'm gonna play it tomorrow or not. It depends on what we have time for. But
Mic
there
check.
it is.
Test.
Move it back over here. SNES is still goated. Virtual Boy? Well, that wasn't a mainline console, but I do have a Virtual Boy. I used to collect them when I was a kid, but all the consoles, like even like kind of like the other random consoles that were made. But I don't do that
Mic
anymore.
check.
So yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. I appreciate it today. Thank you. And I will be
Hello.
tomorrow. And
Yo.
I'm back on at the same
Mic
time,
check.
just like I always am. And
Hello.
You need a capture card to stream it? I have everything ready and planned.
Hello.
I have
Mic
a
check.
capture card. I have everything good, and I'm gonna do it all today. And it shouldn't be an issue at all, so don't worry about it. Have a good night. Yeah, for sure, guys. We had a good time today. Obviously, I know a lot of people have been, like wanting the, the coverage of this content. So I've been focusing on that a lot. But we're gonna have to wait and see and find out, because tomorrow I'm assuming that
Hello.
if I pull this up, let's look at it again. Yeah, I mean, people are pretty much. I mean, this is pretty much over. Like, who's banned? Tectone. It was Tectone being banned. Like, I don't really see this going anywhere. I don't see anything really happening. Yeah, that's about it. And it's not dark yet. Yeah, but by the time it's dark, they're gonna have a ton of extra people, and that's really it.
Hello. Mic check.
Well, yesterday it didn't. Yesterday things were on fire. Like, by this time, there were tons of things on fire.
Test.
At this time.
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah, and what was Tectone side that Twitch was doing? I'm not
sure yet. Hello.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and double check. Dallas is throwing out tear gas and loading him with a paddy wagon. Dallas is? I don't know what Dallas is doing. Thank you for always speaking for the silent majority. We appreciate you.
Hello.
There's a lot of people that appreciate my commentary, because I think that I talk about things from the perspective of an average guy. And I think I talk about things at least as much as I can, kind of
hello. Yo.
And without like a lot of emotion. And I think that a lot of people would. There's like a fatigue. I feel like a lot of average people have nowadays of having everything dialed up to the highest emotional degree possible. And yeah, it's exhausting.
Hello.
Yeah, it's an average million. Oh, I mean, money is whatever, right? That's it.
Hello.
Right wing.
Yo.
There's a lot of things that people say, and I think also.
Hello.
Support kind of what I'm saying, and the more I talk about it, the more people will support it, and the more that people attack me, I think also the more people will end up supporting me also.
Mic check.
And,
test.
That's great. I'm happy. It's because you're concise and logical. I try to be. Not always, but I try to.
Hello. Hello.
I'll read the comments.
Hello.
For like 5 more minutes, and then we gotta head out. How do you feel like Hassan being able to stream on Twitch? I feel like you get together with other streamers who've had up to leave Twitch, start taking accountability.
Rampage of murder and mayhem that is seared into my memory for all time. And it was never supposed to happen again. I made sure of it. Designed a few special parts to ensure they'd remain loyal. Puppet armies do not arise by chance.
Hello.
There was intent behind this. I don't want to leap to conclusions, but the only one I know with that kind of power is the king of puppets
Mic check.
himself.
Test.
We need to learn how this happened.
Hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo, yo, yo.
Ramses had a best friend from childhood who he hired as his horse commander. They became friends, growing
Hello,
up
hello,
close
hello,
together.
hello.
This man was not an Egyptian. His statue, now in the Luxor Museum, shows him with a Hyksos hairstyle. The most interesting thing on this statue is this man's hair. It comes over and is swept out. This is not an Egyptian style. Ramses II was born in Avaris, so it would not be uncommon that his childhood friend would not be Egyptian, would be from the foreigners known as the Hyksos. This is indeed very interesting, to see Ramses II's friend shown as not Egyptian.
We have a statue of one of the best friends of Ramses II in the Luxor Museum, and he's shown with a very foreign hairstyle. Do you think Ramses was accepting of all of these foreigners that saw Egypt as a paradise to move to?
We know from the time of Amenhotep III that many foreigners came to be a part of the government. Then it's really normal that Ramses II could have some foreign people to have influence in the government. And I think there is some few names that we know that they had really an important job in cabinet of Ramses II. And this is normal because he had many fights and many people who captured. They could become friends to others and they could joining Ramses II. Then that's really normal because as a king, he was really a great man with great vision. And therefore, a foreigner to help him could be good.
He was an intelligent ruler.
Yes.
Ramses took along the army commander from Memphis named Ptahmes. Ramses wanted men he knew and trusted to join him in battle. The Egyptians marched north. There, Ramses and his men conquered over 50 cities, gaining the lands of Canaan and parts of Amurru. The battle scenes show the entire might of Egypt over the nations. His main sons right at the forefront of the battle with him. Ramses returned to Egypt. He did not attack the Hittite stronghold of Kadesh on his first trip. Their plan was to gain more sway in the area before taking on the main target. A plan most probably conceived by Ramses, Ptahmes, and the vizier Pa-Ser. It was on this first campaign that Ramses encountered an Assyrian army general named Iwirki. Iwirki was brought back to Egypt and made a high-ranking steward amongst Ramses' army. The utilization of a foreign man in the army command would greatly help Ramses in the planning of his seizure of Kadesh. Ramses returned south to Pyramids, commissioning a stela to be erected near Har el-Kab, showing his victory over the area. A few months later, in the year 1275 BC, Ramses II was around 28 years old. The 5th year of his reign, the rivalry between Ramses and the Hittite king Muwatallis came to a head. News reached Ramses that the Hittites had taken back Dapur and Damascus. Ramses gathered all of his Egyptian troops and allies from all around, including Nubian archers, Sardinian foot soldiers, and even Greeks from Crete. In fact, Greece and Egypt had excellent relations.
Hello.
The Greeks had been sending gifts to the Egyptians for centuries, as we can see in many of the tombs in Luxor, where Greeks are arriving in Egypt with lavish gifts. Nefertari is famed for corresponding with the queens of the Hellenic world. They often exchanged gifts. Apart from a similar art style, one trademark that Greek queens are seen wearing often are these silver button earrings, some of which were sent to Nefertari. On the Greek island of Crete, many bronze armor plates were discovered. Each plate had the name of Ramses II stamped on it. With these armies on Ramses' side, he took up the month-long campaign up towards Kadesh. Along the way, Ramses and his men fought many minor battles and reclaimed many of the Hittite cities yet again. On the 30th of April, Ramses was nearing Kadesh, and this would be the start of one of history's most epic battle scenes. En route to Kadesh, Ramses' men captured two Hittite spies. Pharaoh's men tortured them, wanting to learn the truth about Muwatallis, the Hittite king, and his location. The two men were brought before Ramses. They told the pharaoh that Muwatallis was 200 kilometers north. Thus, Ramses' men continued forward and set up a camp just outside Kadesh, across the river, now in modern-day Syria. However, Ramses was deceived. The two men had lied. Ramses and his men were out the Hittites from across the river. The Egyptians were outnumbered. It looked like defeat. The Egyptians fought valiantly, but then another Egyptian unit arrived, and they were able to chase the Hittites back across the river. Both sides retreated for the night. At camp, Ramses received a letter from Muwatallis asking for a draw since Ramses had killed the Hittite's son. The next day, Ramses and his injured army set out for the stronghold of Kadesh. This included Ramses' lions that took part in the battle. The city was perfectly placed between the river. The faster Egyptian chariots encircled the city, perfectly illustrated here. The battle was chaos. They seemed evenly matched. After hours of fighting, many Hittites were dead in the river, and many Egyptians were killed. Ramses' own words remain from the conclusion of the battle. Pouncing like a lion, I went full force against my enemies, my sword swaying. I, like a hawk, attacked and destroyed them. My breath was like fire. Kadesh bowed before me. Ramses returned back to Egypt as the victor. The total severed hands of the fallen Vile Hatti, as Ramses referred to them, were presented to the pharaoh. Some historians say this was boastful and that the battle was a draw. Yet the Hittites then wrote letters to Ramses, referring to themselves as your servant. If they had won, why would they then refer to themselves as this? There are many letters dating back to the time of Akhenaten. One named An Absence Explained, where the Hittites would write, "We are of the city of Tunip. We are your servants. Tunip, that was ruled in the past by Pharaoh Thutmose, and now the Hittites have taken over your servant city of Tunip once again. We have gone on writing to the king of Egypt for more than 20 years. Not a single word of our Lord has reached us." This kind of wording tells us
hello,
that
hello,
Hittites'
hello,
letter
hello.
to Ramses after the Battle of Kadesh does indeed show Ramses as the more powerful side. Other Hittite letters from later in Ramses' reign would reinforce this. While Ramses was away during his Kadesh campaign, there were many men in charge of Egypt, yet all evidence points to Nefertari being in charge of running the country while
Hello.
She is shown in some scenes on the same scale as Ramses, while seated on a throne of Egypt. Nefertari was well educated and was a perfect candidate to handle political issues for Ramses. Being of such importance, there was a clear target on Nefertari. While Ramses was at Kadesh, in Luxor and the West Bank at the palace, a small group of Hittites
Hello.
Nefertari. Luckily, one of her ladies-in-waiting was able to get away fast enough to alert the guards, and
mic
the
check.
attempt was foiled. A very scary situation for Nefertari. Ramses returned to Luxor with a great welcome from the people. He was reunited with Nefertari, and upon learning about what had happened to his queen, he made the decision to take Nefertari on further military campaigns to keep her safe.
Hello.
Now in Luxor, many of Ramses' major constructions were nearing completion.
Mic
These
check,
structures may have
testing
been
1, 2,
nearing
3.
completion, and so Ramses and his vizier Passer set out instructions for the scribes and artisans to commemorate the Battle of Kadesh and to show the might of the pharaoh. Many scenes were added to the walls of Karnak, showing Ramses in battle, as well as giving offerings back to the god of the gods, Amun. At Luxor Temple, many of the additions were nearing structural completion. On the new outer pylon wall, Ramses had Kadesh depicted again. He had smaller chapels created inside the first courtyard, where we start to see Ramses' more divine aspect of his reign begin. Inside this smaller section of Luxor Temple is a piece of Ramses II, shown here with the ram's horns of
hello, 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 hello.
that wanted to be
hello, hello, hello,
to the reign
hello, hello,
of
hello,
Ramses
hello,
the
hello.
Great. Throughout
Hello,
the temple
hello,
of Luxor,
hello.
he had giant statues of himself erected. The outer walls had many statues of the king, shown
Hello,
in
hello,
various
mic
poses
check.
and crowns. The inner courtyard had the pharaoh all around.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Yo. Mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Let's do this again. So, I'm going to turn this off. We're going to turn this off. We're going to turn this off. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Test, 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 test. Mic check. Hello, hello. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Mic check. Test, test, test. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yo. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yo. Hello, hello. Yo. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Testing. Test, 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 test. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Yo. Yo, what's going on? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Yo, what's going on? Hello, hello. Mic check. 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 Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. 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 Hello, hello. Mic check. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Mic check. Yo, what's going on? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo, what's going on? Hello, hello. Mic check. Test, test, test. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Yo. Hello, hello. Yo. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Test, test, test. Yo. Yo. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Test, test, test. Yo. Hello, hello. Bro. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Hello, hello. Yo. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Yo. Hello, hello. Mic check. 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 Yo. Hello. Yo. Mic check. Test, 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 test. Always back to the same one, man. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Test. Hello, hello. Mic check. Test. Yo, what's going on? Hello, hello. Mic check. Test. Yo. Yo. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Yo. Hello, hello. Yo. Mic check. Test. Test, test, test. Mic check. Yo. Yo. Mic check. Test. Yo. Test, 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 test. Hello. Mic check. Yo. Hello. Mic check. Yo. Mic check. Test, test, test. Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check, mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Mic check. Yo. Hello, hello. Yo, what's going on? Hello, hello. Mic check, test, test, test. Yo.
On this site, he wanted to remind us of his greatest achievements.
Above, we can see where Ramses II had his coronation, at Jebel Barkal, down in Sudan, just a few kilometers from here. There's Ramses standing before the serpent coming out of the mound. That signifies the sacred mound of Amun in Nubia.
Visually, Amun is distinct from his crown with two feathers. He often appears with blue skin as he was the god that was always present. Amun had many roles in ancient Egypt. He was the supreme god, the king over all gods. He was connected with the strength of the ram, which is why Ramses often wears the ram's horn of Amun. He is always shown in the company of the gods, like the fierce lioness goddess, Sekhmet, the one who symbolized strength in war. Apart from the god of the living, Amun, Ramses also connected himself to the god of the dead, Osiris.
My absolute favorite scene inside Abu Simbel is this one. It is Ramses with the goddess Mut. Yet, Mut over here is again Nefertari. Nefertari is holding him behind the head, pulling him in by the arm, ready to give him a kiss. It is so touching, so beautiful, so romantic. Exactly how Ramses II was with his wife.
The second columned hall features Ramses in intimate, direct scenes with the gods.
The Temple of Ramses may have been his monument to himself, yet the temple next door was reserved for the veneration of Nefertari.
The smaller temple at Abu Simbel, yet it's the more beautiful one. It's the first time I've ever been in here by myself. I have time to observe the face of Hathor, the face of Nefertari, inside this beautiful temple. But my favorite scene is further down here. It is the inner sanctum, with the statue of Hathor coming out. Nefertari underneath the chin of Hathor. Over here is Ramses giving offerings to both of them. And around the side over here is Ramses and Nefertari seated on the throne of Egypt, shown at the same height, shown as equals.
A very strong female presence is in this temple, not only through the gods, but through Nefertari's image repeated over and over. She wears the mother goddess crown of Mut. Ramses shown wearing the horns of Amun, connecting these two spiritually. The king holds out incense. This act would have been for eternity, as when people walk down the center, he's burning incense for the offerings coming to his great royal wife. Here, Ramses writes a dedication where he says that Nefertari is the one for whom the sun shines. He wanted to show the importance of his wife, and thus he put these two statues of her on the facade at the same height as himself. Standing next to their parents are the children of Ramses and Nefertari. Here is a young prince. On this side is another young prince, shown with their beautiful side lock of youth. And what's interesting is, beneath the father, we have the sons. And next to the mother, we have the daughters.
Though Nefertari came down on the barge with Ramses and his family, there is one sad monument here that many overlook that tell us the reality of the situation.
Possibly the saddest scene here at Abu Simbel is on a stela on the side. It is showing Nefertari seated on a throne, enclosed by a canopy that usually was associated with death. We see Ramses II with their daughter Merit Amun offering to the gods. Nefertari is seated below because at this point she had already died.
This stela is even created in a way that resembles an altar with steps leading to it. This sad scene indicates to us that Nefertari never got off the boat to see the inside of her temple. She was too ill. Upon returning to Luxor, Nefertari died. This woman, who had been a symbol of power and grace for the country, the love of Ramses' life, was now gone. The thing with Egyptology is there is so much information written that people often do not go and look at the original sources, and the regurgitation of the information that may not be correct keeps getting repeated over and over, a mistake even I have made. For many years now, the information that has been spread about Nefertari is that she died when she was 30 years old. Yet, the real calculations of her death date compared to when she met Ramses put her at living nearer to 50 years old. This is the reason for my research, to go back to the original sources and check the facts compared to the repeated misinformation that we keep hearing. And doing so, we have given Nefertari the gift of a few more years of life. Nefertari's body was mummified at the small temple next to the Ramesseum in Luxor. The full 70 days of mummification would have taken place. In this time, the grief-stricken Ramses would have ordered the final touches of Nefertari's tomb to be completed. Although Nefertari's tomb had been years in the planning, originally started under the tomb designer Baki, the final touches would be overseen by the successor of the royal tomb planning, a man named Pa-Shedu. Many of the stylistic elements that Pa-Shedu's tomb has can be seen in the tomb of Nefertari. The hand of the designer is there. We can understand that the tomb has elements that were rushed. Some parts have paint dripping down in a hasty move. The tomb would have been finished even as Nefertari's body was being brought in. Ramses laid his queen to rest in the most beautiful tomb in all of Egyptian history. The tomb centers around Nefertari and pushes her forward to meet with the gods directly. Ramses wanted to ensure his great royal wife would be accepted into the next life, so that one day he could meet with her again.
I remember recently I was in the Valley of the Queens before the tomb was closed for restoration, and an English lady came out of the tomb crying. I asked her, "Why do you cry?" And she said, "Because it is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life."
Nefertari is turned into the god of the next life, Osiris. She has become a god. The ceiling is decorated with the finest blue night sky with stars to show the sky and the ancestors that she would join as a star. Many have said that the tomb does not show Ramses, nor any of the family members. Nefertari is the focus, but as we know from the image of Ramses in Seti's tomb and temple, that he showed himself as a young priest with the side lock of hair. The same image is shown in Nefertari's tomb. This is Ramses in her tomb. The youthful image of the pharaoh is his hope to be young again with Nefertari in the next life. We can actually hear in Ramses' own translated words the love he felt for Nefertari. My love is unique. No one can rival her, for she is the most beautiful woman alive. Just by passing, she has stolen away my heart. She who fills the colonnaded halls with her perfume of the land of Punt, her perfect breast draped in the finest of white linens, slender-necked. Gold is nothing compared to her arms. Her fingers are like lotus petals. Her waist is narrow, round buttocks, skin as fair and soft as milk. Her hair is the color of the darkest lapis, beautiful of face. My love for her is unique. No one can rival her, for she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Beloved of Mut, Nefertari, the beauty of beauties.
Hello, hello, hello.
The sealing of Nefertari's tomb indicated a turning point in Ramses' life. It is clear that he went into a depression after this. His mother had died, followed by the love of his life, and the woman he relied on for his whole life, Nefertari, was now gone too. Ramses would no longer engage in war after this. He would focus more and more on his religious duties. From the day Ramses became pharaoh, the work on his grandiose tomb began. Ramses had clear images of his father's tomb in his mind and ordered the royal tomb designer, Baki, to design an even grander and more complex tomb than his father Seti. But another problem would arise soon. Ramses had more sons and daughters than any other pharaoh, over 150. Where were they to be buried? Especially the sons. These were potential pharaohs by being the son of Ramses. A great project was planned for princes that would not become pharaoh. One by one, they would eventually be buried in a large tomb complex in the Valley of the Kings, across from the tomb of Ramses himself.
Hello, hello,
now
hello,
known
hello,
as
hello.
KV5. The tomb was expanded constantly during Ramses' reign, to have now 150 chambers, each destined for a son. The sad reality is that Ramses outlived many of his children. Just 1 year after Nefertari died, in 1254 BC, the 25th year of Ramses' reign, their son, Parar-Nebenef, died. A big blow to the pharaoh to see one of his first sons die. Parar-Nebenef was the first to be buried in KV5. Still grieving from Nefertari's death, now one of his principal sons would die. Only a few months after the death of Parar-Nebenef, the firstborn son from Nefertari, the crowned prince, Amun-Herkhepeshef, also died. Life expectancy was not long in the ancient world, so Ramses' long life was already seen as unusual. The prince that Ramses had trained himself, Amun-Herkhepeshef, was now dead. He too was placed in a chamber in KV5. One may even argue that KV5 is the largest construction project commissioned by Ramses. As each of his sons would eventually be interred in the tomb, they would pass a variety of finely decorated hallways, and before entering the burial chambers, they would pass a statue of Osiris. The statue was in the form of Ramses as Osiris. Thus, the pharaoh would oversee the steps for each son to enter into the next life personally as the god of the next life himself. Although much of the tomb was looted in antiquity and damaged by flooding and earthquakes, many objects were discovered, reinforcing the fact that it was intended for Ramses' sons. There were many pottery shards, figurines, and canopic jars. All of these objects contained several of the names of Ramses' sons, but the most interesting finds were the human remains of two of the princes with their skeletons intact. Up to 6 skulls have been found in the tomb, showing that the princes were buried there. However, probably due to the large family, not every prince was given the full mummification process.
Hello, mic check.
Ramses had, of course, a large amount of people working for him, as well as a large population to take care of. For the officials, scribes, and the tomb carvers, mud brick makers, farmers, and
mic
merchants,
check.
Ramses was their
Test.
pharaoh. They listened to him and paid taxes to the pharaoh and the temples. Since Ramses had been around for so long, many of these people had never known any other pharaoh. In 1254 BC, in the 26th year of Ramses' reign, when he was around 50 years old, his vizier Paser died. He was replaced by a new vizier named Kai. This new vizier proposed a new tax reform to Ramses, since the granaries were overflowing and the country was prospering. The thriving economy meant that the population could have more time to enjoy life. The new tax reform was copied by many scribes and suggests every man who has not enough harvest for himself need not pay tax. One scribe named Parnesi wrote a list of farmers in the delta. There are 8,760 farmers, 13,080 goat herders, 22,530 men breeding birds, 3,920 donkey men. This was just in the delta. We aren't sure of the full extent of the agriculture in Middle Egypt and Upper Egypt. A drama did take place around this time, where the vizier was accused of falsely throwing a farmer in a well and placing this farmer's wife and children in shackles for not paying their taxes. This went to court, and Ramses ultimately decided that the tax was sufficiently paid, and that the vizier should compensate the family. This shows us that the extent of Egypt's political makeup, at least around Ramses' reign, was strong and created around justice. Of course, there was another special village that was completely untaxed, at least in Ramses' reign, Deir el-Medina. This village was founded by Pharaoh Amenhotep I. It was abandoned during the reign of Akhenaten and slowly began repopulating under Tutankhamun. Ramses was pharaoh. The village was at its peak, and the population was immense. On the west bank of the Nile, hidden between the mountains, Deir el-Medina had 2 names. The original was simply Pa Demi, the village, but eventually it was named Truth or Justice. This special place housed the men and the families that built the royal tombs. These men and women were all skilled at their jobs. The men were some of the best artists and workmen that Egypt had ever seen. And because they were building the tombs of the pharaohs, queens, and royal family members, they would have unprecedented knowledge of the layout of the tombs, as well as the final contents of the treasures inside. Ramses entrusted these people greatly. The reason that we know so much about the ancient Egyptians is that they was no exception. In fact, they wrote more than any other village in Egypt. Every resident was literate, and they wrote all the details down, most of them on pieces of limestone known as ostraca. The ostraca from Ramses' reign give us a real perspective of what the average person's life was like at the time. These men that worked every day on Ramses' tomb and his family's tombs would also create their own tombs. Dotted around the village are hundreds of tombs for these residents of Deir el-Medina. Some of these tombs rival the beauty and skill of the pharaohs. In these tombs, we find scenes from so-called everyday life, rather than just religious themes. The tomb of Sennacherib, which was used to bury 8 of the workmen's family members, is one of the best preserved tombs in Deir el-Medina. Sennacherib worked for Seti and Ramses.
Hello.
Title of Servant of the Palace of Truth.
Hello.
He was a tomb builder. However, he was also
Hello.
of Hathor, who served the goddess at the temple in the village.
Hello.
He was not merely a tomb.
Hello.
Another man who worked for Ramses was a scribe named Ramosa. Ramosa's official
Hello.
was the scribe of the royal tombs. His role was to curate the
Hello.
religious royal tombs. Many Egyptologists have speculated that Ramosa was the wealthiest person in Deir el-Medina.
The village of Deir el-Medina is a hidden gem. It's literally a treasure trove of historical insights, particularly from the Ramesside period. In fact, the village could be considered one of history's earliest gated communities. This is because the artisans who lived here were responsible for constructing the opulent tombs of the pharaohs. The residents also carved their own elaborate rock-cut tombs right next to their homes.
Hello.
Allowed their families to offer prayers and bring offerings to their departed loved ones. These tombs have vibrant colors and are so beautifully decorated with intricate designs which really highlight the skills of these workers. Most importantly,
Hello.
the discovery of ostraca and papyri at Deir el-Medina has unveiled a rich tapestry of daily life, from official records like divorces and property matters.
Hello.
Shopping lists and some interesting personal messages. These can be considered like modern notepads, but particularly intriguing is the absence of word ostrakon, which
Mic check.
does date
Test.
to the reign of Ramesses
Yo.
himself. It basically provides a list of all the reasons or excuses that the workers were absent from work. Scorpion bites were a common ailment, as were illnesses that affected the eyes, the legs, the hands. The state also had a medical infrastructure for the workers, and they were even given sort of their own band-aids and essential medical supplies like honey, sepet oil, incense and fats. These are all ingredients that we find in medical remedies. But what's truly fascinating is the community's approach to those with disabilities. So unlike some cultures of the time, where those with disabilities were often abandoned, the ancient Egyptians ensured that those who were physically, visually, or otherwise challenged were treated as equal members of society. And then in Deir el-Medina, we also have snippets of these little texts about individuals. So, for instance, there's a worker called Prehotep who complained that the scribe Kenekepchev never invited him over for a beer. He grumbles that Kenekepchev only summoned him when there was work to be done. And in his own words, he says he was being treated like a donkey. Then there's Paneb, the quintessential bad boy of Deir el-Medina. Accusations against him range from bribing Kenekepchev to help him climb the ranks. Paneb allegedly had affairs with several married women. His misdeeds didn't stop there, though. He was also accused of misappropriating labor and resources for personal gain. And let's not forget the time that he actually hurled bricks at party goers. So a real bad boy, but we have to ask ourselves, how bad can one individual be? Was Panev truly a villain, or is this just character assassination by a disgruntled colleague? I guess we will never know. The first mention of Panev dates back to year 42 of Ramesses' reign. It's recorded in an Oscon, which is now in the British Museum.
Many of these nobles who worked under Ramses appreciated the king's presence in their life, and they wanted to ensure that the pharaoh was still with them in the next life after they had died. Ramses had been shown in many of the noble tombs on the West Bank in Luxor. In the nobles' exquisitely decorated tombs, some scenes of Ramses have been discovered. In fact, the pharaoh was always shown as one of the gods in the tomb. For instance, Osiris in Pashedu's tomb has the features of Ramses. In the tomb of Ipi, though now damaged, once showed Ramses appearing in the window of appearance and throwing down gold necklaces to the public. An exquisitely decorated tomb belonging to the foreman of Deir el-Medina, filled with exceptional imagery and vivid color, once featured a wooden doorway in the tomb. The door, which is now in Turin in Italy, features the vizier and foreman, and dedications to Ramses around. This was originally in his home at Deir el-Medina, but when he died, it was moved into his tomb. Along the mountain, in another tomb, badly damaged, is an image of Ramses himself, shown with the blue crown. The image of Ramses is so badly damaged, it's only a faint outline that remains, almost as if
my
it is
handsome,
the ghost
handsome
of
man.
the pharaoh coming out of the wall.
Ramses II, seated on a throne, with a little sphinx as the throne, and this black suit that you see here, this is from more modern times, because these tombs have been used as houses hundreds of years ago, and people would make fires in here. The smoke would damage the walls. Luckily, that stopped, but
That is a low bar, but still, I know that's a low bar, but a lot of people love art. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba.
Are we ever gonna have our own rooms? Just for RP purposes, I guess?
We can.
Or is that too much space?
No, we absolutely can.
Absolutely. Somebody said that in here, and it was.
I'm just building kind of more optimal, I guess.
Okay, we can.
Hello.
Also, just having a place to store just like your inventory sometimes.
Hello.
I already have my own room.
Mic check.
There's a couple nooks and crannies for sure that you can room it up.
If you go,
I don't
go
have
to
them anymore.
where the large water containers are.
What about here? This could be a room.
There's living behind the water
We could,
containers.
like build one
Holy-
out, like secret, you know? Like more deep. Yes, one deep.
Does anyone know what happens if you run out of fuel or water on the world map?
I don't know, actually. That's a good question.
I'm not testing it.
You're gonna find out, aren't you?
All right, we continue our breaking news coverage of the situation that is unfolding in real time in Los Angeles tonight. Rioters, police are starting to clash. Our very own Bill Malone.
Hello.
In Los Angeles, in the Southland, with the very latest. Things are getting very tense there, Bill. What's going on?
Yeah, they are, Sean. We're a few blocks away from where we came to you with our last live shot about 20 minutes ago.
ago, LAPD
This is just a
continuing to
microphone
push
test.
these agitators out of the city. Let me step out, give you a look here. So this is that LAPD skirmish line we showed you about 20 minutes ago. They're still trying to push these protesters. You just heard a foam round get shot off right there. Someone's throwing a bottle right there. All right, so people are throwing water bottles now, so police are going to be a little bit more antsy. But as Tommy pans through the crowd as they're pushing them back, you'll notice it's almost all foreign flags, signs that say F ICE, release everybody. We're going to walk up ahead a little bit more here. But this has been this constant game of cat and mouse, Sean, and it's getting more and more tense. It feels like a pressure cooker. You can feel the tension building. The sun is starting to go down. Some of those agitators are out. There's a lot of people, if we pan the faces in the crowd, that have like gas masks on, that have helmets on. Someone just threw a firecracker. Watch out, firecracker's going to go off. It's going to go off any second. Yep, there we go. So that's the point, right? These agitators are going to start throwing things at police. That's going to put police on edge. Police are going to respond with their non-lethal rounds.
Hello, hello, hello,
LAPD
hello,
officers and
hello.
You see the green neon slings on their shoulders. Those are their foam launchers or their rubber bullets. Those are their non-lethal guns. But Sean, we felt the night was going to head this way, and it certainly looks like it is. We're getting more of those agitators, and they always throw stuff from the back of the crowd. They're not the ones who are going to be seen by LAPD. They chuck something and then they run off. In that case, it was a firework that landed about 5 feet away from us, right underneath an LAPD car. So that's going to put these. Sorry. All right, 1 second, guys. Tommy, got to step back real quick. Again, these officers just want to make sure we're in a safe location. But someone just threw a stick.
Hello,
at LAPD.
hello,
That's not
hello,
gonna go
hello,
well.
hello.
That just happened right in front of us here. They just responded with a foam round, it looks like. So as we continue to follow LAPD from their perspective, behind their skirmish line, watching some of these agitators in front of them, it's getting a little bit more violent, Sean. Nothing extreme or severe yet. Haven't seen any rocks or stones, but I will tell you, a couple blocks behind us, we watched an LAPD officer pull 2 metal baseball bats out of bushes. They had apparently been stashed there by some of the agitators before they got pushed out of the area. He pulled those bats out and showed them to another firecracker door right here, Tommy. It's going to go off by these black SUVs. Watch out. It's going to go off here in a second. Yep. So again, people are launching fireworks. We've seen them launching water bottles. More fireworks, unless that was a flashbang. It's hard to tell.
That's a firecracker. It looked like a bottle rocket the way it shot out underneath that car. I mean, I used to be a fireworks nut.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell. They're pretty small. They look like the size of like, I don't know, like a USB drive when they're in the air, and there's sparks coming out of them. So I'm not sure what they are. But I mean, just in the last few minutes, we've seen 3 of those get launched at police. Before you came to us live, they were having more bottles thrown at them. And again, it's almost all foreign flags in these crowd. There's one partial U.S. flag mixed in with other foreign flags here, but I'm getting the sense that some of these agitators are starting to come out, Sean. It's no longer people. It definitely feels like a different crowd than we had a few hours ago. Most of those folks were fairly peaceful. They were chanting. They were holding up signs. Perfectly fine. First Amendment, say whatever they want. But once we start seeing what's happening here with these, firecrackers, yesterday LAPD had horses down here and people were throwing fireworks at the horses. A few of them reportedly got injured, according to LAPD. Sounds like a few more foam rounds just went off. Crowd is starting to kind of run away a little bit now. Not sure what happened on the other side of this bus. But again, I've covered LA for a long time. I've covered a lot of these riots, whether it be George Floyd or Lakers or Dodgers celebrations or this, and you kind of get to learn what the agitators look like. And I'm seeing a decent amount of them out here right now, always dressed in black, always with face coverings, not holding any signs. And as I told you earlier, Sean, a lot of people were showing up here and they were being given earplugs, gas masks, water bottles, not to drink. A lot of those water bottles are being thrown. So, unfortunately, it looks like we might be heading for another night of things crossing the line here in Los Angeles. And as we're waiting for apparently more National Guard and more U.S. Marines to head down here to Los Angeles. We're not seeing any of them in the streets. The National Guard, they're basically sitting around federal buildings helping protect them. They're not out in the streets pushing these protesters back. This is all the locals. Everything you're looking at in front of us right now is LAPD. It's not California Highway Patrol. The LA Sheriff's Department is behind us. This is all LAPD. And we heard the chief of LAPD say last night they're a bit overwhelmed. And, you know, that's once these agitators come out in huge numbers and LAPD has to constantly respond to different areas. They reported that some of these people were using radios to communicate with each other last night to report law enforcement movements. So it's complicated for law enforcement as well. But this is essentially the game that gets played all night long here. Is this is the main protest ground. Police will try to push them back. They kind of melt away like water. We'll go down another alley, reemerge somewhere else. LAPD will get a radio call, have to go respond to them. And every now and then, you'll have these 10, 15-minute spurts where it's quiet, and then people will start throwing water bottles and fireworks again, Sean. But, I mean, you're seeing it in front of us, a lot of foreign flags, and certainly seeming to be kind of a different crowd than what we saw a few hours ago earlier this evening. Definitely, you can feel the tension building. You can definitely feel like as the sun is about to go down here, you know, we could be in for another rough night here in Los Angeles, Sean.
It's kind of scary. Earplugs, gas masks, water bottles to hurl at cops. Some of them frozen, bats being hidden, fireworks going off, and you're reporting. You know, the interesting thing, Bill, is you've been there from the beginning. You were at the border as Democrats and the president at the time, Biden and Mayorkas and Kamala Harris and other Democrats, either silent or complicit, all telling the American people the border's closed, border's secure, all leading to this, coupled with sanctuary city, sanctuary state policies. But we'll come back to you in a minute, Bill Maloogian, on the ground in the Southland in Los Angeles tonight. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Hello. Mic check, testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. Mic check, testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. Mic check, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Mic check. Test. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3. Yo. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Testing, testing. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. check, mic check, mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Better. This will give it a little bit of room to breathe. Look at it go down a little bit more. That's fucking perfect. Hello, 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 hello. Microphone check. Test, 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 test. Yo. What's going on? Mic check, mic check. All of a sudden, this thing's fucking quieter again. Why is that? Is it because the fucking AC's on? I think so. Hello, hello. But actually no, because I turned it down a bit. so it sounds a little bit more natural over there. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check.
Interesting.
Let's see what we can do here. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Yo. Test, 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 test.
Let's cut through the flames.
Yeah, shit.
Let's carve a path.
Lune, watch out! Ready to carry.
Cook.
Take cover!
But that's okay, because it's time for bed anyways. It's time for bed. Time for bed. So, let's quit. I shall log this son of a bitch off. And we're gonna shut this down. We're gonna stop this.